Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the June 2025 meeting of the Design Review Board. We have two members absent today, so we will need a...
Normal applications, design review requires 4 affirmative votes and any variances require 5 affirmative votes.
Okay. So we'll need unanimous approval of any variances today. Do we want to approve the minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, we have to approve minutes from both the April and May meeting. There was a correction on the April meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the April and May 2025 Design Review Board minutes.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Minutes approved for both April and May. We have city attorney type.
Yeah, I can go now. Good morning, everyone. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the commission chambers at the Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Now, before I will swear in those that will be testifying today, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 limited circumstances. 1, if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. 2, if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony. 3, if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. Now, these rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now, if you intend to testify today, please stand and raise your right hand. If there are any virtual speakers waiting, they will need to be sworn in one by one at the time of their testimony. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, you may proceed.
So we have no requests for continuance or withdrawals. Next item is DRB 25-1082, formerly known as DRB 22-0794, 5980 North Bay Road.
Okay, I'll introduce that. Actually, just first for the record, I just want to for the attendance that Sarah Giller Nelson and Akil Lester are both absent. So we the 5 members, the rest of the members are present. And so I'll read this title into the record. So this is DRB 24-1040. This is 1420 to 1428 Bay Road. An application has been filed requesting Design Review Board approval for design modifications to the roof deck and indoor amenities of an existing building located at the northwest side of the property. Specifically, the applicant is proposing the removal of the existing basketball court and the roof of the parking garage to be replaced by a waiting pool and seating and landscaping with a water feature. The interior work includes an addition and renovation to the existing fitness center located on levels 8 and 9 to create 3 new residential units. So this is a building on the north side of the property where the Flamingo is located, formerly Morton Towers, for longtime residents. This is on the upper floors of the building on the north side of the property. They are proposing to remove the basketball courts, which is surrounded by chain link fences and other features, and they're going to put a water feature, landscaping, gardens. In addition to that, because of the building code, they are going to be adding a bathroom and some other electrical components up there, but it will beautify the property, and from other properties that have view of this area, it will look better than the chain link fence that's currently up there. They have another area that's currently used for a gym. They're going to be adding a floor in that area and creating 3 new residential units. This item was originally brought to the board in October. It wasn't heard. It's been continued multiple times. Originally, they were proposing 7 units. That's been reduced to 3 units in this iteration of the plans. So there's not really a major change. There's no major impacts. And it is an aesthetic improvement to the building. And staff is supportive of the proposed modifications. And staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached draft order. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you.
Oh, are there any disclosures before?
No? All right, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here today again. My name is Barb Frommel. I am Senior Director of Government and Community Relations for Air Communities. We are the owners of the Flamingo, and which is located at 1420 to 1428 Bay Road. With me today, I have Kathleen Fogler from Triba Architects, Tony Rescio from, who's our land use attorney at Weiss Rhoda, and then Dan Dorr is also from the Air Communities team. I thought I'd start off just with a quick background about our company. Air Communities owns and operates apartment communities nationwide, including 12 communities and over 5,000 apartment homes in South Florida. And here in Miami Beach, we are the proud owners of and operators of the Flamingo and Southgate Apartments. We strive to be the best owner and operator of apartments in the business. Resident and employee satisfaction are our top priorities, and we're very proud that we've received national and regional awards, including becoming certified recently as a great place to work nationally, ranking second in the nation in resident satisfaction, and receiving top workplace awards both nationally and here in South Florida. We're also really big believers in building community. We have an Air Gives program, which where we give 15 hours of paid time off every year to every employee across the nation to volunteer in their community. So what you see here are our South Florida teammates doing a beach cleanup last year in Crandon Park, which is in Key Biscayne. But if you have any ideas about projects here in Miami Beach that need some volunteer work, please contact us, because we have a lot of teammates who are ready to lend a helping hand. Our business model is to continually invest in our apartment communities. And as you know, over the past 10 years or so, there's been a tremendous amount of investment in the Flamingo. And we've significantly upgraded the property, including new landscaping, ground floor retail, upgraded pools, improved lobbies. And so we're excited to be in a position today to bring additional investment to the property. As Rogelio mentioned, we have some vacant and underutilized space that we're seeking to make some improvements. It's tucked away in the northwest corner of the property, and it's a small project, so we're going to go quickly through the presentation here. I know you have a long agenda, and I'll have Kathleen give the details, and then I'll be back to talk about our community engagement process.
Okay. Thank you, Barb, and thanks for the summary in the beginning. So I'm going to just walk through some plans and visualizations of the proposed improvements. Here, as we've been talking about, we're at the northwest corner of the property. We're trying to improve the existing basketball courts and actually beautify the rooftop deck, which we think will be an overall improvement to both the neighborhood and the building. So what you can see here is this scope of work line outlined in blue, which is the existing basketball courts that'll be converted into a terrace. And then outlined in this yellowish color identifies the area where we will be adding 3 units. So to summarize, and a lot of this has been stated, part 1 will be adding the 3 units. We won't be impacting the FAR. We'll still be within our code required limits on that front. And then part 2 will be taking that existing basketball court and replacing it with a rooftop terrace and shallow pool. I think of note, right, again, the chain link fence will be coming down. We'll be adding a glass railing to match the existing building architecture. We'll basically be kind of seamlessly integrating with the existing building, kind of matching stucco, matching glass color. So it'll just be a full integration. So the elevation, this is the existing elevation showing what is going to be kind of removed and demolished. What you're seeing here is existing glazing that'll be removed, and then an existing bulkhead that's going to be demolished as we raise the height to accommodate these new penthouse units. So in the new elevation here, you're seeing new infill glazing, the reduced height of that bulkhead. And again, we're going to be using white stucco to match existing, the aluminum storefront glazing system to match existing, and then the blue-green glass to match the existing kind of railing architecture. So on the north elevation, this is where we're looking at the terrace. So we'll be demoing the existing chain link and the tall court lights as well, and adding some newer low-level pedestrian lighting. And the way this will look, going from the height of the chain link fence, now going to more of a landscape terrace, right? So what you'll actually be seeing, and we'll see this in a couple of views, is sort of more landscape from the ground plane, so eliminating the chain link component. We're going to be, again, adding new storefront glazing that's going to match the existing architecture of the building. It'll be aluminum storefront. We'll have new plantings, and we'll have a new kind of wood look pergola structure on the roof deck to provide shade. So visually, this is what this starts to look like. So on the left-hand side, you can see the existing condition with the court and the chain link. And then on the right-hand side, you see the new and improved terrace, as well as the sort of increased glazing height for the new penthouse units. From the ground plane, the way you'll experience this, so again, on the left, we have the existing condition with the courts and the chain link. And then on the new condition, you'll actually, the glass railing will be there, but really what you'll see is the landscape coming through. From the bay walk, again, more minimal impact. So left-hand side is the existing condition. The blue is where you see the courts, and then this is where we're kind of reducing the height of that bulkhead and adding some additional glazing for the penthouse, but again, still very seamlessly integrating into the existing building architecture, maintaining the stucco, maintaining the same storefront glazing system. And then again, just an aerial view of the overall picture, moving from the court and into the terrace that you see here on the right-hand side. So looking at a couple of the proposed plans, so you can see the layout here. We've got kind of a landscape buffer around the edge, right, to create sort of a comfortable seating environment and create a buffer from the surrounding neighbors. We have a shallow wading pool in the center and some seating arranged. We're imagining this to be a fairly kind of quiet, intimate space for the residents. And then here you're seeing the penthouse units that'll be the additional units. I think a couple things to note here. We've got a glass railing to remain on the exterior terraces. We have, we're adding new glazing, new doors as part of the storefront, and also then keeping some of the existing glazing as well. So fairly light touch. And then open to below, as these are penthouse units. And I'll pass it back to you, Barb.
Yes, so thank you, Kathleen. We have had a pretty active community engagement process over the past several months about this. We've received letters of support from the Flamingo South Beach Homeowners Association, which is our partner on the Flamingo site, and these are in your packet as well. Also from the West Avenue Neighborhood Association and the South Beach West, SoBe West Neighborhood Association. We've had conversations with our residents about this, especially those in the Bayside Villas. We also just have a consistent track record of surveying our residents at the Flamingo. Back in 2024, we had nearly 2,000 resident surveys completed about their experience at the Flamingo. We have high resident satisfaction scores there, about 4.5 out of 5. But you know, as the comments come in, we've had several comments about adding more amenity space and doing something with this sort of vacant and utilized space or underutilized space in Bayside Villas. And then the rest of this is just sort of the timeline of the engagement process with the public notifications that went out and our conversations with the various neighborhood associations. So we're happy to say we've got good public support for this. We also just wanted to note we've been in touch with the Capri Condo Association. They're the condominium building to the north, and the views from those condominiums, they'll have direct site views of these improvements. And the conversations we've had with them is they're pleased with this. They see this as a benefit. They're really excited to have that chain link fence be replaced with landscaping, and so some good support there as well. And I think that's it for our presentation today. So happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak? Anybody online?
Anybody online, please raise your hand. If you'd like to speak. Nope, no hands raised.
Okay, that concludes the public part. Do any board members wish to comment?
I'll start. Thank you for your presentation. I think that the changes that you're doing are beneficial, as you stated, to the building, but also to the residents that live and the buildings around you. So I commend you. I think that there'll be a much needed improvement.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No, and I'd like to say good job, and if this is the quality of everything else you guys have been doing in upgrades, we're looking forward to it. So congratulations on getting all the neighbors to approve. Do we have any other questions, or do someone want to make a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, second.
Okay. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a list of projects here on Miami Beach that your employees can volunteer at, so the city will reach out to you.
And I have the correct agenda in my hand now. So our next item, we're moving on to new applications. DRB 24-1052, 4330 Nautilus Drive.
Okay. So DRB 24-1052, 4330 Nautilus Drive, an application has been filed requesting design review approval for the new construction of a two-story residence with an understory, including a variance to reduce the minimum required front yard sodded or landscape pervious open space for understory homes, a variance to exceed the maximum width for steps located in the required front yard, and including one or more waivers to replace an existing residence. This is a proposed single-family home in the RS4 district. It's a 10,694 square foot lot. They're proposing a home that fits into the unit size and lot coverage. The proposed lot coverage is 29.9%. The allowable is 30. The proposed unit size is 49.7%. The allowable is 50%. So the home does comply with the general limitations on massing. The home is in a contemporary style with contrasting materials in rectilinear forms. Has a rich palette of white oak synthetic wood cladding, dark bronze metal screens and details, and smooth stucco, limestone, and glass. Staff is supportive of the design. It's a very nice design. The home, the first habitable floor is at an elevation of 17 NGVD, which is base flood elevation plus 8, so that provides for a nice usable understory. The home is here because it is requesting a waiver. Without this waiver, it would not have to come to the Design Review Board. If they needed the variances without the waiver, it would just go to the Board of Adjustment. The waiver that they're requesting pertains to the fence. The code allows properties that are raised to the adjusted grade to have to the future adjusted grade, to have the fence measured from that level as opposed to grade, which is the sidewalk elevation. But it requires, without a waiver, that 4 feet be solid, and then above that you can use open pickets to reach the maximum height of 7 feet. The applicant is requesting a waiver so that they can have the full fence be solid, as opposed to divided up in being solid and pickets on top. They want a fully solid fence. Staff is not opposed to the granting of the waiver because there are some privacy issues given the elevation of the lot. And the fence will be finished in a style that is compatible with the overall home, including the outside facing portions of the fence, so it shouldn't provide a negative impact on the neighbor. And it improves the privacy of both sides. So staff is not opposed to the issuance of the waiver. Staff is, as I said, we're supportive of the design of the home. There is one zoning issue that we think can be corrected as part of the building permit process that relates to the lot coverage, and so we've included a condition ensuring that some of the overhangs that they're proposing go beyond 5 feet. The code exempts any overhang from the interior building space, exempts that from being counted in the lot coverage. They have a few areas that appear to go just beyond that, which should be counted in the lot coverage. But we think that can be addressed as part of the building permit process. The applicant is requesting 2 variances. The first variance is related to the landscape pervious open space requirement for the front yard. The code requires that understory homes be 70% open. The applicant is proposing to reduce that to 49.6%, and that's so that they can provide a circular driveway. The home that's there today has a circular driveway. There are several homes on the block that have a circular style driveway with 2 entries and exit points. The home across the street has it, so it is consistent with the design in this neighborhood. And so as a result of that, staff is supportive of the variance. It is integral to the design of the home. It is a practical difficulty, and it is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The second variance that the applicant is proposing is to allow stairways, access ways, walkways, and steps that access the home to be wider than 5 feet. The code limits that to 5 feet, these encroachments into front yard setbacks. The applicant is proposing for that width to be 9 feet 10 inches wide, and so this is the staircase that's going into the entrance of the home. Given the width of the lot, this is a wider than normal lot. It is 84 feet wide as opposed to the standard 50-foot wide lot. Staff is not opposed to the granting of this variance because it is integral to the design, and it is, given the size of the home, important to have that wider access point due to safety reasons. So staff is not opposed to the granting of that variance. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order. Oh, there is one typo in the draft order. Condition Roman numeral 1, letter D, condition 1B says that the fence will be measured from the future Crown of Road, and that should be corrected to say measured from the future adjusted grade. And so that's staff recommends that it be approval subject to that change.
Right. And before we proceed, for time for any disclosures, have there been any ex parte communications between you guys and the applicant? No? All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, members of the board. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. With me is Ralph Chofe of Chofe Levy Fishman, the project architect. I'm very happy to be here this morning representing this project on behalf of the Saka family. I've known the Saka family my entire life. I'm a lifelong beach resident. They have been a longtime member of the Miami Beach community. Jimmy's older brother actually taught me how to golf at a very young age. What's unique about this application is that not only is it not a spec home, but this is the family property where they raise their children. So this family, the children are now grown, they've moved out, and the parents have an opportunity to reinvest in the property that they own and build the home of their dreams that can accommodate their large and growing family. Now, as staff has mentioned, and Rogelio had mentioned, the home itself does not ask for any relief. It's designed completely as a right. But the reason we're before you all is for 3 specific items on the exterior. So first, as staff mentioned, it's a waiver for the fence material. So as staff said, I won't go into it in too much detail. You're allowed a 7-foot fence, bottom 4 feet solid wall, top 3 feet picket fence. But for privacy reasons, you're allowed to come before this board and ask to make the top 3 feet solid. So that's privacy on both sides, mutually beneficial. That's one of the asks that's before you. Again, doesn't relate to the home structure. The second and most important reason why we're here is to maintain the existing U-shaped driveway. The property has a U-shaped driveway. It's been operating like that for this family for many years. Across the street, there's a double driveway. It's not a U, but a double driveway, so consistency between the 2 properties. But this is very important to allow cars to safely maneuver on site and park in the understory. It's a large family. We expect large gatherings, large events. It keeps cars off the swale. With a single driveway, you would expect family, children, friends to park on the swale. So we think this is beneficial not just for the client, but for the neighborhood as well. And lastly, as it relates to the stairwell, the grand stairwell leading up into the property, in the first 30 feet, which is our front setback, you're only allowed a 5-foot width of stairwell. And that's based on a code that is targeting 50-foot wide lots. We have an 80-foot wide lot, so much wider lot. And it's really only the first 6 or 7 steps, as Ralph will show you, because once you pass the 30 feet, you can go wider. So we're asking this for really a design reason. It's also obviously safer to walk up the stairs, but the top 6 or 7 steps are 10 feet. We really didn't want to notch it down to 5 feet in just this front area. With that, I'll turn it over to Ralph. The staff did a great job explaining the item. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ralph Choef. I'm the principal at Choef Levy Fishman Architects in Miami, in Wynwood. We come before you here and don't request any changes or waivers to the height, to the size of the house. By right, we can build this house without these waivers and variances. The reason for these is it's practicality, number 1, and aesthetics to the neighbors, number 2. If I could have the plans up on screen. Okay, so in these plans, you'll see there's an entry and an exit driveway here, and they lead under the residence itself. In most residences, you'll see the circular driveway in front of the house. In this residence, here's your understory. It occurs underneath the house where people don't see it, which is more practical. You come into your garage and you leave throughout the opposite exit. Also, you don't have to make all these K-turns and U-turns within. It makes it very comfortable for driving. And we provide more landscaping in the front because of these 2 driveways. In lieu of just one big circular driveway in the front. And I think this is the way to go. The second thing is you'll see the steps from the stepping stones going up into the residence. And they lead to the main residence of the main entry of the residence of the house. The 30-foot property line intersects these steps about 5 or 6 steps up. The rest of it are within code. The reason we have this versus the 5 feet is aesthetically more pleasing. You're coming into the residence. You see that there's an importance to the entry. It goes over a reflecting pond, and there are open riser stairs, so you could see the reflecting pond underneath as you go up. So again, this is done strictly for aesthetics. I think that Ethan clearly described the fence issue on the side. We do it for privacy. It will have no bearing on the neighbors whatsoever, aesthetically and such. So where, oh. Okay, so now you see the house aesthetically, and you'll see the white feature that kind of frames the first story of the home. We designed that in order to bring the scale of the house down visually. Architecturally, it brings the scale of the house down visually, and your eye leads itself into the first floor. The understory, we've designed it in such a way that it makes the first floor seem like it's floating. You can now see the steps leading up to the front and how important they are to the aesthetics of the residence. We've used varying materials such as stucco and concrete and wood, but the wood is not real wood. It's a material, it's a resin. It looks like wood, it feels like wood, but it's good for the maintenance of the property. It doesn't have to be stained every so often. Here's the rear of the house. Again, using the materials, as you notice, the house has a lot of movement, has a lot of in and out, and has a lot of material changes, makes the house quite interesting. You'll see how we use the understory here in conjunction with the backyard pool, which is at grade. So because it's at grade, it actually brings the scale of the house back more into the property itself and makes it less obtrusive to the neighbors. The center space is a two-story space, as you could see from here. Now, what's important and what we do very well is the side elevations look like they could be a front or a rear elevation. We always articulate the side elevations to every residence that we do. That's one of the requirements of the city of Miami Beach. Many architects design lineally on the sides, making it the lost, forgotten child of the residence, but we don't. We make it part of the architecture of the residence itself, and here's the other side. So architecturally, the house really reads from all four sides instead of just reading from the front and the rear. Again, here's another view of the front, and you'll see how that element, that horizontal white element, just brings the scale down. You'll see the steps coming up to the residence itself, which is important. Here is a diagram showing you on top the 5-foot stairs, at bottom the 9-foot 10-inch stairs. You'll see that aesthetically it looks a lot more pleasing with the 9-foot 10-inch stairs than it does with a very unimportant 5-foot stair. I want to reiterate that this house, without these variances and waivers, can be built as of right. We meet all height requirements, we meet all size requirements, and we meet coverage requirements. Anything that the staff disagrees with us on, we are willing to work with them throughout the permitting process in order to get it to where it has to be. I don't think they're major issues at all. I think they're fairly minor. So I just want to make it clear that we would like to build this house as you see here with the variances granted, as we think aesthetically it'll make a huge difference to the neighborhood and to the residents itself.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation. After public comment, I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal.
I still have a minute left. I'd like to.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, please step up to the podium. And Frosha will swear you in.
Yeah,
Right, sorry, everyone's been sworn in.
Good morning. My name is Homero Dominguez. I live in 4424 Natural Drive, which is the property south of the existing construction. From my standpoint of view, this new residential construction in the natural neighborhood is a scale, oversized, huge for this neighborhood. If this proposal is approved, the homeowner of Nautilus can expect projects like this all over the places, destroying privacy and property values. Consequently, I am against this proposal. in reference to the fence that they mentioned, what I would like to have is a fence that is safe. The previous fence, was not a solid construction. And another thing is safety construction and avoid water penetration in my property. That this is what is happening in the past. That's it.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jeanette Dorfman, and I live on 4291 Nautilus Drive. I live on the corner of 43rd. I'm familiar with the property. My concerns are more related to privacy, light intrusion. My home is like 20 feet, and I think that most of the surrounding homes are between 18 and 25 feet. And in essence, this is going to be a 50-foot, home with like a understory, 2 living spaces, a rooftop deck, and then an elevator that goes, another additional 10 feet. I understand that, he repeated that as of right, he could build the house, but I just want you to stop and reflect and think about how it's going to impact homes like mine. I live in a 1938 Robert Little home. It's just, it's been awarded awards by the Miami Design Preservation League. I just received a grant for flooding issues. My home does not flood, but the surrounding area of my neighborhood floods. My neighborhood was supposed to receive a sign that said Nautilus Historical Neighborhood, but I guess that's been held up for reasons unknown to me. But I do want to specify that even for my home, like the largest native trees in our neighborhood, like the gumbo limbos, they only grow at about 25, 30 feet. So if you have a 50-story project with like a watchtower above, which seems to me like it's going to be like a jail watchtower overlooking and overshadowing all the properties around it, the neighbors don't have any recourse. There's like very few trees, native trees, that you can actually build and surround it to give your home the privacy it needs. And this house has essentially wraparound balconies. That's just, is essentially going to be twice the size, if not greater, than most of the homes in the neighborhood. So I just, I don't know what can be done, but if any design adjustments can be done to ensure more privacy for the neighbors, I know that we would be very grateful for that, because it's going to stick out like a sore thumb in a neighborhood where, in essence, the average, home is 20 feet. So that's it. I'm wrapping it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name's Megan Gilmore, and I live at 4335 Alton Road. I am the backyard neighbor to the Sakas. So we look at their designs, and a lot of focus is on how this presents from the front. We set this back so it's not so intrusive to the front. But for me, being the backyard neighbors, it will completely tower over my one-story home. Speaking of privacy, these balconies that are on the rear and on the rooftop, you're looking down just right into everybody's yards. I know that there's a lot of emphasis on resiliency right now in new construction, which is important as we plan for the future. However, this design is not really about meeting resiliency objectives. It's about meeting the homeowner's objectives, which include a 10-foot understory, 2 floors of living space, a rooftop deck with elevator. As proposed, this foundation is actually 8 feet higher than it needs to be to meet resiliency guidelines. Having a first floor slab at 17 feet is what really drives up the height of this design. A first floor slab at 17 feet will start higher than my roof line. Many homeowners have been able to achieve constructing new residences in the neighborhood, achieving standards for resiliency while still respecting the ambiance of the neighborhood, assimilating new homes with older residences, and minimizing the impact to the privacy of their neighbors in their homes. An understory is not necessary to accommodate a circular driveway. Plenty of 2-story homes in the area have circular driveways without understories. I think it is important to understand that 4330 Nautilus Drive is an interior street located in a residential neighborhood consisting of actual 1- and 2-story homes. This is not North Bay Road. This is not a Lagores golf course lot. This is not even a corner lot. With a rooftop at 40 feet plus 10-foot elevator bulkhead, this structure will tower over all existing homes, even including new construction ones. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the audience? And do we have anybody online?
Yes, we have a few hands raised online. We have the first is Alexis's phone.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alexis Cement. I live at 4333 Adams Avenue, and I am
Hi,
in
Alexis.
support of
I'm
this
sorry.
project.
I'm sorry, before you proceed, we just need to swear you in really quickly.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Yes, so I am in support of this project and excited for the improvement that it will make to our neighborhood and enhancing. Thank you.
Next is Kenny Goldring.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, can you hear us? I just need to quickly swear you in before you proceed, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I own the home at 4250 Nautilus Drive, just a bit south of this house, this property. And I'm in full support of the variances sought. As has been stated before, the house per se complies with all regulations. It's really about issues relating to the exterior that I think only enhance the appearance of the house and will enhance the neighborhood. So I'm in full support of the variances sought.
Okay, next we have Mike.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Mike. Can you hear us?
I sure can.
All right, I just need to quickly swear you in before you proceed, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
First and foremost, I've been a resident here for over 30 some years. I live down on 47th Street, so close, but I'm there. I know the neighborhood for a while, kids playing Nautilus, so forth. I've seen this project and I'm shocked that we're even discussing this, given this property will overwhelm the whole neighborhood and it will be a precursor opening the floodgates for further developers who really take over an invasive structure like this, which is, at the end of the day, you are pretty much forcing people, and it's not forcing is the word, but you're making people accept and have to deal with your comfort. Meanwhile, they have to give up their privacy, which is very, very, I mean, I don't know, hard, or I think it's just not nice. And I live near the Ritz Carlton, and when the Ritz built that or converted Miami Heart, or back then it was Mount Sinai's property, we had to have quite a few meetings to go ahead and accept the developer with a lot of negotiation. And they built those villas, and a lot of our neighbors who are behind those villas, and these villas, by the way, compared to this structure, are miniature villas. I mean, what you're looking here is literally a 3-floor building, which is going to overlook everybody and everything, which is just not nice, okay? It's invasive, okay? And I just can't understand how the city is allowing these structures, because a lot of neighbors now can't go in their backyard. They're pretty much at the mercy of these new people who are building, and pretty much, in my opinion, are being inconsiderate. And when you do that, you're starting something which is going to lead to more and more, and it's going to lose the integrity and the character of Miami Beach. I understand 2 floors, okay, and even the 2 floors today are huge, but this thing is really, it's just taking it one step beyond, and I'm totally against it. And as I said, this is total inconsideration, invasion of privacy, and I don't live there, but if I did, I would be one unhappy person. And it's just really, at the end of the day, respecting others, tone it down a bit, because what you're going to do here is you're opening the floodgates of a nightmare down the road. And that's my opinion.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Next we have Joseph Luchter.
Hello.
Hi, Joseph. I just need to swear you in really quickly before you proceed, please. Do you swear?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I'm a homeowner at 4411 Nautilus Drive. I'm in support of the project and think the aesthetics would be a value add to the neighborhood. I'm especially in support of the variance on the circular driveway, which will help traffic flow on the street. I also don't have any concerns with privacy because of the large fences on the side and the trees that we have, and there's blinds as well. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Yehiel Cement.
Hey, everyone.
Hello? Hi, can you hear us?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just need
Am
to
I good to go, or you have to swear me in?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Yehiel Cement, homeowner at 4333 Adams Avenue. I've lived in the area for over 35 years. My family's been here for, I think, since 40s. I, for one, am very supportive of this project. As someone who walks around the neighborhood with his kids, I think having good circular driveway is a tremendous security benefit. Quite often you have cars that are backing up, they don't see you, they don't see the kids, and it's quite a hazard. I also wish that this plan would have been utilized for the new spec house that was built right next door to me. But the Sackett plan is incredibly considerate. Right now, I've had a tremendous amount of flooding that runs off from the house that was built significantly higher than mine. This understory design is going to be a tremendous consideration for the neighbors that are adjacent to the Sacketts. And you know, I go out to my pool barbecue and looking literally right into my neighbors. So the solid fence surrounding their property, again, would be a pretty significant enhancement. And I wish that our neighbors utilize the same design. I'm in support, and hopefully you all will consider that the only thing right now that's coming before you is just for those three things. Rather than that, the design is great, and hopefully we will approve their request. Thank you so much.
Okay, and last we have Daniel Bitran.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Daniel. I just need to swear you in really quick before you proceed. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, everybody. I've personally known the Saka family basically my entire life. I grew up in their house, and even though this doesn't appear to be one of the issues that's relevant necessarily to the hearing, which is about privacy, I just want to address that briefly. I took a look at the renderings and at the architectural plans, and there is really a lot of consideration given to privacy with the fencing. They're also dealing with the issue of flooding very well, which has plagued the neighborhood. I do live, I didn't mention this before, but I live down the block on Michigan Avenue. One thing I want to note about the actual variances requested is a lot of these modern homes that have gone up, they really don't pay much attention to the aesthetic. A lot of attention has been given to that, and going down to the 50% makes a lot of sense, especially given the fact that there is a water element to the home. I think that from an aesthetic perspective and curb appeal for the rest of the neighborhood, this design adds a lot more value to the neighborhood than a lot of the other newer structures that are going up in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. We have no one else online, so that
No one else.
concludes the public discussion. I'll open it up to the board.
Okay, so I will start. I want to thank both of you for your presentation, but especially all the neighbors that came and expressed their concerns or their support, either by phone or by coming here today. We end up having 5 neighbors in support and 4 neighbors, if I'm counting correctly, that are concerned with the project. The concerns that you all expressed, and I'd like to focus on those first, are concerns that we as a board do not have jurisdiction on to change at this meeting today. And that are concerns about the height, concerns about the mass on the lot, which is lot coverage, and the unit size. That is the code, and we cannot change the code in this board. That was before the city commission. Rogelio can maybe say what year, and I am sure, and I know that it went through many public hearings for residents to express their concern or support. That being said, I agree with you as a resident of 64 years on Miami Beach, that all of a sudden we always had these one-story ranch houses or two-story homes, and now they're building these big structures with or without understories. They're being elevated to base flood elevation, which in a lot of areas is 8 feet, 0.56, plus 1 foot of freeboard. And that is much higher than the properties that most of us have that have not elevated our homes. We are also, when we do understories, are given additional height by code and additional abilities to accommodate for that. So what you all have expressed here as far as light intrusion, intrusion of height into your homes that are just 1 or 2 stories high and are not elevated, the fact that it towers over your homes, we do not have jurisdiction here for that. They are following the code. We cannot have them change that. We can only respond as to the fence height, the steps leading to the home, and the driveway, U-shaped driveway that basically goes underneath in the understory. There was another concern by Mr. Romero, and that pertains to the water runoff from this property that is being brought to us today to his property, and really to any other property that is adjacent to this property. Water runoff cannot and is not allowed in any property that is built today, even if it is elevated. When it is elevated, it requires a retention wall, I'll call it, so that the water does not run off into a neighbor's yard. They're required to have an exfiltration system in that elevated property. And they're required to keep water basically within their property, something that does not exist today in the way that our homes were built. Especially I see it in the area of Alton and Nautilus around 44th, which is where this home is being built. So that should not be a concern. And when it goes through permitting, that is one of the things that gets reviewed. And they're required to have a civil engineer that designs this runoff and this exfiltration system and water retention within the property. In addition to that, I don't know, at some point in my life here on the beach, we would build pools. And sometimes the water from the pools, when they overflooded because of rain or a storm, would go and run off into other properties. Today, at some point in my life here on the beach, those pools require a well so that a homeowner can open up that pool valve and the water goes into the well under the ground. It does not run off into your properties. After I've said all this, I will tell you that with all the years on Miami Beach, I agree with you. We have these smaller homes and then all of a sudden this bigger home up here. And it's scary and it's different and it's a change. But unfortunately, we can't stay stagnant because we have to control the flooding that occurs in these properties. So when I look at the requests that are being made, as far as I'll take the 2 variances, the driveway, which basically is U-shaped, but the U-shape is actually occurring in the understory, if I saw it correctly. So I am in agreement with that. I think that that makes it safer than cars backing out into the street, especially in this neighborhood where I know and I have seen for many years that children are always playing out on that street. So I am in agreement with that. I don't think that that changes the design of the home. I think, and I wish other homes would have this U-turn driveway so that they would not be backing out into a street, making it unsafe for anyone on the street, whether a child, an adult walking, or a car coming, or themselves backing out. As to the improvement on the width, or the request to allow the width of the staircase to be 9 feet 10 inches versus the 5 feet that is allowed. Yes, this is an 80-foot wide lot, and as Mr. Shove said, the code requires a 5 foot, even if it's a 60-foot wide lot. So when you have a wider lot, this 5 foot staircase does not seem to be in proportion with the area of that lot. So for that reason, and I think it looks much nicer from a design standpoint. And I know Mr. Romero can speak as well as to design because he's an architect as well. But I think that that makes it more in line with the property to have a 9 foot 10 inch step instead of a 5 foot step at the beginning and then moving up to 9 feet 10 inches. As to the waiver on the fence, I don't hear any disagreement from any of you on the 9 foot, on the 7 foot fence. They are allowed to have 4 feet of structure, non-visible, and then 3 feet above that, they're asking for the 7 feet to not be visible from the neighbors in or from them outside into their neighbors. So I don't have an issue with that as well. So I don't want the neighbors that took the time to come and speak and voice their concerns and their support, but especially those that voice their concerns, to feel that we're not listening or that I'm not listening. I'm listening to you. I feel the same way when I have a 1-story home or a 2-story home, and then all of a sudden this big property is built next door to me. So thank you.
Okay, do we have any other board members?
Yeah.
Laura?
So I agree with a lot of what you just said, Myra. I certainly appreciate the neighbors' concerns here, but like she said, the resiliency standards now and guidelines almost encourage an understory, which really does lend to having to go high. I think that the applicant, the design, in my opinion, it does try to shorten the house, like you were saying. I think that there was care taken to make it appear as that it wouldn't hover over the neighbors. I did have a couple questions, specifically with the driveway, just given, the open space differential. I appreciate, the need for the U driveway and things like that. Are the pavers gonna be pervious or?
Actually, we can make them pervious. We can make them grass pavers, which is a beautiful look to a residence, and it look all green. The city of Miami Beach does not support that being pervious. They still count it as impervious, although it is pervious. But we would be happy to change it to grass pavers and make the rest of the pavers inside more solid.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it just in my opinion, it does look a little heavy on the concrete and with just the aesthetics there, and then also for stormwater purposes.
Also, single-family residences on Miami Beach are allowed 50% pervious and 50% impervious. When you go to an understory house, they change that to 30% impervious and 70% pervious. So if you take what we're asking for, it's the same thing as a single-family residence, except we're giving more landscaping to the front instead of having the pavers in the front, as that's concerned. Could I address one thing? These neighbors took their time, their valuable time to come here, and they have concerns, and I just want to address some of their concerns. The actual understory of the house is not 10 feet, it's 8 feet. And the structure is 2 feet, which makes the finished first floor 10 feet. And from that first finished floor, there are 28 feet to the roof of the residence. So when the residents here are saying these houses are 50 feet high, they're not. That's 50 feet NGVD, which is above mean sea level. We are, in Miami Beach, we are allowed to build at base flood +5. So that's plus 13. So that's your starting point for finished first floors. I just want to try to, and we are building within the 50% that's allowable as far as unit size, and with lot coverage and with height. We are within right with all of those. So, and we are using architectural elements to try to bring the scale down. So I just, they took their time to come here. I just wanted to maybe answer some of those questions and dispel some myths there.
Ms. Luna, I just want to add one more thing to what you're asking. It's interesting, in the code, in the rear yard, your pool or water feature counts towards your pervious space, but we found when we were analyzing this by code criteria, that same concept is not applicable in the front yard. So we actually have a water feature in the front yard, which would typically count towards your pervious space, but by city code, we don't have that here. But your comment about the steps, we can address that, but I just want you to see that there's actually more pervious space, but it doesn't count in the front, it only counts in the rear.
So Ethan, either way though, the calculations for the property to drain within itself apply. So
100%.
They have to
I
apply.
want to point that out to neighbors because I know how frustrating all of this is, but they're not allowed to flood onto the streets, and older houses do. And at one point we built houses on berms and they just spilled right onto the street. So you're not allowed to do that.
Back in the day, we didn't need civil engineering drawings for single-family residences here in Miami Beach, and I remember those days. Now we do, and the reason is to keep the water retention on site. So water retention must be kept on site. I want to address one thing that one of the neighbors said about water intrusion to their site. We are raising the roads here, and since we're raising the roads here, we're raising the finished grade, average grade elevations. So the grade in your neighbor, if they're building a new home, will be higher than your grade if you have an existing home, because you were the code then, this is the code now. So that's why we use concrete walls to separate properties. There was one developer that did not use a concrete wall recently near this property, and he used a wood fence, and the entire fence is caving in and it's all rotting. So that's why concrete is probably the best way to go, to save the neighbors' homes.
Yeah, I think Myra covered basically anything. Did you have anything else, Laura?
No, and I agree. I think like you said, the stormwater has been, I think, addressed and handled sufficiently on site. I was just curious too if that reflecting pool, does that contribute to the, or I know you said it does in the space, but does runoff
If you
go
have
into that, or?
if you have a pool in the backyard and it's at average grade, adjusted grade, I should say, then that pool counts 100% towards pervious. But in the front, even though we have these reflecting pools, the code does not say that. So we can't count it as pervious like we do in the back. So when we count it as impervious, so that those reflecting pools, which is water at grade, is counted as impervious.
Now, are they connected to the well as well?
Everything
So they
has
will
to.
not overflow and cause problems?
Everything
Okay.
has to now,
Okay.
by code.
But the calculations for trenches will be increased because the
The-
reflecting pool.
There'll be all, yes, that's why the civil engineer is there, and that's why the plans go through review, through engineering, to assure that.
And I would like to just say with the people that came here, first of all, I know especially this neighborhood does not have a lot of new construction yet. It will. Jeanette, you got your house historic, I believe, and it's beautiful, and you have a lot of these beautiful deco houses. We've all been, those of us who have lived here for many years, have been very frustrated by seeing these gigantic houses going up. They just are. They're just huge. And the thing I will say Ralph does better than anybody else, he does side elevations and gives a lot of attention so that you don't have this blank, ugly thing staring at you. We also didn't see any landscaping renderings or discussion, and I wanted to address that because of the privacy concerns of neighbors. I know we're seeing this house, the rendering of it, and it looks like this huge sterile thing. It's beautiful, by the way. The design's really nice, but you're not seeing the landscape. I know there's a big shade tree in the front of the house, right? And the swale.
Yes, before my landscape architect speaks, the reason we keep it out of the renderings is so you could actually see the
Yeah.
architecture.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'll let him talk. I can
Thank
tell
you.
you that the sides are completely.
Yeah, so I think just, because we don't want to waste your time, we're so grateful that you came, the residents, and I also want to say, like, we used to have a little bit of leeway with the understory, and we could make them knock the height down a little bit. We can't do that anymore. That's away from us. So, now we have this big conundrum. We're not going to stop this project. We're not going to get it down 1 inch shorter than it is by anything we do. We can fight with the fence or the driveway width, but I honestly think that when we're at this point, these are design things that will enhance the neighborhood versus be a detriment. So with that, please continue, sir.
Yes, good morning, Christopher Colley, Landscape Architecture. It's really wonderful to be here. Thanks, everyone. With regards to this property, I'm very familiar with the neighborhood, and I'll say in terms of discussing the landscape, that definitely the thing that jumps out right from the start are the 2 large trees in the front of the property. There's a beautiful oak tree in the right-of-way, which basically sits right between the 2 driveways. Then there's another beautiful oak tree if you come into the property on the left side of the property towards the front. And they're large. I mean, I think they're in the 20 feet, 30 feet, 35 feet, the one on the left. And so a long time ago, obviously, there's been many properties where it's been requested to remove a lot of those type of trees to maximize as much as you can. In this case, I think that's a really big deal. It's going to really, it's going to help to blend the residents into the property. I mean, legitimately. We're going to have to keep the grade low around the existing oak tree, and so it's going to help with the water retention. There's some other interesting things about this property with regards to the screening. There's a utility easement in the back. A lot of these properties in Miami Beach have these utility easements that go along the back. And if we weren't here at the DRB, what would happen is that you would go through permitting and somebody would propose a lot of existing vegetation, and then ultimately you would get a comment that you can't have any trees or vegetation in the easement. So our strategy as an office has always been to try and maintain whatever exists in an easement if possible. And in this case, I know that the homeowners had planted a really beautiful Japanese blueberry hedge, trees that have turned into a very large hedge. And that's on the back property line, and our goal is to try and maintain that because we've seen that the city usually allows that to happen if they're existing. And that's in the back of the property. On the sides of the property, there's some quirks of our code that anytime you remove a palm tree from a property, you have to replace it with a tree with leaves, right? Palms aren't trees, they're considered grasses. So in essence, where I'm going with this is that to make the mitigation work on this property, we need to provide many new trees. And so on the southern property line, we're proposing these bay rum trees, which are really beautiful. They stay narrow, they don't grow over your neighbor's properties, and for all practical purposes, I would consider them almost indigenous to South Florida or the Caribbean. So we have those trees going along the south, and then on the northern boundary, we have a combination of native trees and palms. And so the way we always approach this is looking at the architecture and looking at the windows and thinking about the neighbors. All our properties in Miami Beach have narrow sides, right? Everybody's always you have narrow sides, you have a narrow back. A lot of times people are trying to preserve a view. and you have your frontage. And so it's really important that we use the landscape to, you know, to provide screening where possible with the space that we have, but also that we don't go crazy. A long time ago, people would say we're going to put bamboo, making you know, a mess for the neighbors. In this case, we're using pretty much all native species, so that's a little bit of a summary. And there's plans in there and a very detailed existing tree disposition list, and we're working with an arborist. So I don't know if there's any specific questions, happy to answer them.
No, that's all. I just wanted the residents to understand that there was a lot of consideration put into this. And what you said about the easement is pretty amazing, because now they only put anything at all under them. So I think, I appreciate that sensitivity and, yeah.
All right, and thanks for everything.
I have just a comment and a question. I agree with Ms. Lewin and her comment that maybe something can be done to the driveway on both sides to look like it's less cement. That being the case, that's one. Two, my question, if there is this water feature in the front, and if that were to be taken into account as pervious, you obviously maybe would not need the amount of waiver that you're requesting. But my question is the following. It's right now, when someone has a pool in a home, you have to secure the property so that a child or someone cannot fall into that pool and drown. What happens when there is a feature like the one that you're all proposing on this property?
We have a front property wall with gates.
In the front?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's on the plans.
Thank you.
I've got just a couple of questions. You talked about the landscaping. I see there's an easement in the back, so you can't actually put any trees along the back edge of the pool. And you said you were preserving what was there.
There was a Japanese blueberry hedge that the owners planted a while back that gives complete privacy to the rear, and we're allowed to keep that since it's an existing condition.
That'll help with the rear, but I get your point of the. No, I understand, but it's better than nothing, I guess, because I have a condition like that, and I live in the neighborhood as well. The fence, I think everybody addressed it. It actually keeps the wall will keep the water on the property, and it will use its own civil system to drain, which is good for everybody else. You talked about treating the backside of the wall for the neighbors by stuccoing it. And because it will be a big wall and somebody with a low property level.
That's right.
I don't know if maybe somebody wanted it clad in wood or something like that to soften it up. I don't know if that's ever been
I'm sorry.
done or anything like that.
Sure, I mean,
Yeah,
what's gonna happen is the wall is set back 2 feet from the property line, which allows us to go to a 6-foot height in the front. In those 2 feet, we intend on planting a complete hedge to hide the wall. The wall
I'm
will
just
not
talking
be
about
seen.
the rear and side yards.
To make it wood or wood clad?
Just saying, like, yeah, it's nice that you're finishing, you're not giving them raw block in the back.
Yeah, no, we're gonna finish it with stucco, but it's gonna also be completely heavily landscaped, so you won't see the wall. Now, from the neighbor, you will see white
Right, what I'm saying is
landscaping.
I don't know if this is ever, people request to soften that wall. I know it's not your job or the owner's job. This is just a
Right.
suggestion. We don't need to get into it.
Right.
Because it'll just be a tall wall for a neighbor. I've been in people's backyards where they're low and they've got a very tall wall. My last just question is, because the variances I'm fine with was, can you actually turn, or do a U-turn through this driveway? Like, I know it's a U, I get it, and everyone's gonna pull in, but to me, it looks a little tight, like you're not gonna actually.
No, yeah,
Your full-size
you want me to
Range
show
Rover's
you,
not making
or-
the turn.
explain
No,
it.
I'm just asking if you did the study.
Yeah, we did the study. It's, you know what, because you have such a long run in, it's not a short run where you have to make an immediate turn like on a one-story house or a house that doesn't have an understory. You're actually going all the way in before you start making the turn. And the driveway width, although as minimal as possible coming in, we've increased it in the rear to give you a fine turning radius. So, yeah, no, I don't see any problem. And we kept the driveway width like 12 feet in the front, which is as minimal as possible. Again, we'd be happy to change that to grass pavers within the setback if we need to, so.
No, and you have your view triangles too, I see, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, that's important.
It is, okay. Any other comments? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the condition that you at least consider the grass pavers with staff. Was there anything else that we feel like we need to condition? Oh, okay. And consider the neighbors. Is that the one you're talking about? No? Okay. I think just with the grass pavers, but
We're
approved.
okay with that, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
I second the motion.
okay. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Okay, motion
Thank you,
passes.
appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for coming, everyone. Okay, next item is DRB 24-1057, 1405 Marseille Drive.
Just for a point of clarification, are we going to hear these all separate?
They are individual homes and they should be heard separately. They do have similarities. The next three items are here as a result of a lot split application. This was previously a single lot that was divided into three lots. The code requires when that happens that the new homes come to the design review board.
I'm curious, why is that? With no
Just
variances and stuff, right?
a couple things to make sure that they all look different. We don't want all three to get the same building permit and build three cookie cutter homes. We want them to look unique, and to make sure that that the new homes are compatible, because you're going to be creating a significant change for this community. That the new homes are compatible with its surroundings. So let's start off with 1405, and I'll read the title. A new application has been filed. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory, including one or more waivers, located at a vacant site that was subject to a planning board lot split application. So this first application is in the so this whole site is in the RS4 district. This individual lot that is created is 7,798 square feet. They're proposing a home with a lot coverage of 23.9% when the maximum is 30%, and a unit size of 49.76% when the maximum is 50%. So they are below both the allowable lot coverage and unit size. The applicant is proposing a 27 foot tall home, and it is an understory home, so that is within the allowable height limit. The proposed home features the understory with the first habitable floor at 16 NGVD, which is BFE plus 8 of freeboard. The applicant has incorporated understory that features the vehicle storage and an enclosed vestibule with stairs and an elevator, and grass on compact gravel and sand, an open space, and the pool deck, which goes into the understory area. The home is designed in a contemporary architectural style. It does have high-quality finishes and includes bronze metal details, large glass and stone cladding, and beige and stucco plaster. The understory level is softly hidden behind vertical metal screening and landscaping, and the rest of the home features projecting volumes, angled cornered walls, panes of glass, and large bronze louvers. The home is a very nice design. This is, just for reference, this is lot 11 of the lot split, and staff is supportive of the application and recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Bercal, Raydel, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. I'm here representing Bettina Equities and Maria Cayola. She's the owner of the 3 properties. And I'm also joined by Chris Fernandez, our architect, and also Gabriela Albornoz, who is joining us via Zoom, our landscape architect. In the interest of time, I'm going to give kind of an intro for the 3 homes that are subject to the lot split, and then Chris will go through the individual home designs. But as Rogelio mentioned, these items are the result of a lot split. The original lot was over 24,000 square feet in size, really out of context for the neighborhood. They were split back into their original platted lots, individual lots, and then the homes are designed to be sensitive and compatible with the surrounding area. So we're 1 foot shorter than what we're allowed to be for an understory home in this neighborhood. We have additional open space by virtue of the fact that our lot coverage is below what we're required. And these homes are resilient understory style homes, and we are I'll turn it over to Chris for the design, because I think Rogelio covered everything else that I was going to say. We do have 1 waiver request, but I'll cover that when that home comes up. That's not this one, it's 1425. So I'll mention that on the next one. Thank you.
Good morning, board. This is Chris Fernandez with CFZ Design. So looking at this project, where's the clicker? Sorry. Here we go. One thing to note is that this area that the project's located and this is a map provided by City of Miami Beach showing all the very low levels or high risk for flooding, and red being the worst, and the yellow being the best. We're right in this worst area. Our road right now is around the adjusted grades around 3-point-something feet, which is extremely low. So you can see this is our property here. That's 11. To the left would be 10, and then to the left of that would be 9. You can see that we have a lot of single-family homes in this area, and it goes into multi-families, and then you have an RS3 zone across the waterway. This elevation here kind of shows the 3 houses next to each other along with our neighbors. And we've gone through the planning board, and we've explained to them, spoke with our neighbors next to us, and the way we carved each one of these buildings, even though I'm talking about 11, I'm going to just reference off, we're really taking consideration the massing next to our neighbors. And you'll see that in a second. But what this diagram here shows, and can I zoom in? Oh, perfect. Okay. This orange line here is the flood height. So this area is so low that majority of these houses, the first floor is all below that flood level. As of right, they could build up to this hatch area here that you see here, but we're not actually maximizing our height. We're about a foot lower than what we possibly could do with a house with an understory. This project has been brought to you before, and on the right, what was proposed, so you can see there are the figure massings of the property. So what we had before took up a lot of the site. What we have now, actually, which is on the left, is a lot more compressed, but you could see here the way we carve this building, we try to tuck a lot of the massing back from the front and the rear so that we respected this neighbor here. On the same thing we'll talk about in 9 as well. But let me go back. Oops. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so let me go to, we're meeting, as far as open space requirement, lot coverage, we're not asking for any variance. Lot coverage, we're well under. This is kind of a 3D massing of what it looks like. So on the understory is basically the stair that takes you up. We have a garage, elevator, and lobby, and a lot of pervious area, so that, which I think is what's great about some of these understories, is that these are small sites and people can build so much that there's very little green space. Now we have a lot more area for permeability underneath the space, the house. So what's important to see here, what's important to see here is that, the setback for the first floor requires 20 feet and the second floor is 30 feet in the front yard. We are 30 feet for the first floor and up to 40 feet up for the second floor. So we are taking extreme measures to pull this house back and use the landscaping to help kind of shield the two-story element. Along with the rear side, we're exceeding those backyards. We're introducing, you can see here the floor plans. So on the first level, living, kitchen, dining. As you terrace up to the first floor, we're trying to integrate planters to help kind of soften and the view as you're going up. And on the second floor, you can see the balconies here with planters that will have vines going down. You can start seeing how the massing starts to pull away. We are exceeding the setbacks on the side yards for our neighbors here. We have a lot of, you'll see these white stucco lines and some like a beige plaster, and that's helped to kind of help break up the massing along with the bronze louvers. This is kind of with the landscaping on. This is the other side where we have carve outs and these rich materials on this side as well. The front, this is the front, so you have a bronze gate, bronze garage door that ties in with the bronze louvers. They're positioned in a way that when cars are driving, the bedroom has privacy, but from straight on they could have views out. We have a planter on the top left, again, that kind of soften the architecture. This is the rear view, where again, we have planters on the second floor and louvers that help screen the master bathroom, rich materials all around, and then kind of the landscaping. We're not, this house doesn't have luxurious heights. It's like a 10-foot ceiling heights for the first floor and 9.6 for the second. This is kind of the rear rendering where you can see how the terracing plants kind of, really help soften this space up. And then this is the rear yard. And what we try to do here is we have these, our slab edges are coming out, but we end up angling the soffit, so it creates really unique shadows, as you can see kind of in here, that kind of plays throughout the site, which isn't really apparent in straight on elevations. You kind of have to see in a render. But the pool's at grade level, and we really want to landscape this well. So, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this? No? So I'll open it up to the board.
Oh, we do have one hand that was just raised online.
Okay.
It says iPad 6.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Lillian Torres.
All right, thank you, Lillian. I just need to swear you in really quick before you proceed. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
My name is Lillian Terwilliger, and I live and own a house across the street on Marseilles. And my concern is that this construction will disrupt our neighborhood. Marseilles is a street that has little parking, and the residents use it to cross over to the main streets. Right now, as I speak, there's a pile of junk in front of the property, and since the owners have not cleared it, people are using it for illegal dumping. How is this developer going to secure this construction site and keep our neighborhood from destruction? Construction equipment and construction workers parking on our properties and taking up our needed parking spaces and destroying our soils. What guarantee do we have that this developer will work with our neighborhood to address these issues? and I'm finished.
Thank you. I guess we can speak, Rogelio, can you speak to that comment? Or do we have anybody else, first of all, I should say?
No other hands are raised. Yes, as part of the building permit process, applicants are required to submit a parking management plan for the construction process as to where the construction workers will park, what they will do, and how that will function. So that is part of the building permit process in the city of Miami Beach.
And ma'am, if you're listening, I suggest that if you do have an issue, call code with this issue. I'm sure the owners are going to be now aware of this and take care of it. But all along the construction process, please reach out to code if you have any issues.
I'll go ahead and speak. Scott is absolutely right. The code should be called when there's illegal dumping or any other kind of code violation, but it behooves me that you are here before us today and the property owner did not have the thought of keeping this area clean and removing all the dumping that has occurred because of his own negligence. So I think code can go ahead and cite them, but the quickest way also would be for all of you to go back and say you need to keep this property clean today and going forward. As to the parking, yes, there's a parking plan that has to be submitted with the permit application, but that parking plan in single-family homes, I believe, allows you to park on the street. And what I hear the neighbor Lillian from across the street say is that there may not be curb parking. It's parking on the swale, and if all the construction workers are going to park on other residents' swale during the day, it will ultimately ruin their swale. So we urge you to look, or the property owner to look for a location, maybe on your other two lots, if they're not going to be constructed at the same time, to accommodate your construction workers, as well as any trucks or vehicles that are required for the project. There's a question, Rogelio, on the first page of this application for 1405 Marseille Drive. When it goes to height, it says that the proposed height is 27 feet and the maximum height allowed is 24 feet.
That's looks like a typo. The 24 feet is for non-understory homes.
Okay, so what are they, I guess, allowed?
28 feet would be the,
28,
yeah.
okay, so this is 28, okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure, because it seems like there was a problem
Yes.
there.
They are a foot below what an understory home would be allowed to do.
Thank you for your presentation, and more important also, I think, the way that you respected the design on the sides of the home so that they respect the neighbor either to their east or west or adjacent to the property, so that they don't see a block of wall that is allowed. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I've just got a question regarding the side elevations, just because if you can help me, the property's kind of at an angle. Is the one marked as north elevation the one that faces like the exterior neighbor, which I think is lot 12, like not the other three in your development?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, because that was the south elevation to me just looks a little bare, but I realize that'll kind of face inward with the other homes in the project. Okay, yeah, no, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to clear that. Thank you.
I've got the same question I had before with the other project, because this is about allowing parking in the understory. That's correct?
This this one does not have the waiver for the parking in the understory. They do have the parking in the understory in this home.
I just, again, from your understory plan, I just not sure how the car's radiuses are moving underneath there comfortably, again, without doing 3 points with big cars with turning radiuses, and that would be my only comment. Are you really getting into that garage in one turn?
No, it's actually you pull in and you pull out. We don't have the luxury of the width of the property. to be able to turn around in this one, because as you move down the properties, they get narrower and narrower. So lot 9 is gonna be a wider lot, but as we go down, it's only a 50 or 62-foot wide lot. So you pull in and you back out, is how it works.
So to get a car in the garage, you're gonna pull in all the way in and then reverse into the garage? If you're gonna put a car in the garage?
Yeah, or you can drive in and you reverse out into the street.
You turn around in the driveway. You turn around in the driveway.
Oh, you could back out, yeah, you could potentially, you pull in, you could pull in, and then you can back out here, and then you turn around.
We can't see. Oh, there you go.
I'm sorry, so when you pull in, you can back out here, and then we can turn here. So this will probably be some type of drivable grass that's structural, that allows vehicles to, just have a little bit more room to back out and turn around back to the street.
Looking at a different plan here.
Yeah, you're looking at a different one. You're looking at the,
And not only that, the zoning, there's a code.
yeah, you're looking at
Limits our garage door opening
the,
as well, so we're trying to work with that as well.
Oh, if you're looking at the parking waiver, that's the third
you're
one.
looking. Yeah, so we're at.
1425?
Oh, sorry, it says 1425, but it's a different.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
Yeah, there was a little labeling error on the cover page, so sorry
Sorry,
about
yeah.
that.
I'll save that one for the next.
Yeah,
one.
that's the round.
Apologize,
Yeah.
guys.
Okay.
Rogelio, I have one question. I thought that understories no longer had to come, homes with understories
don't.
no longer have to come to this board. Is this one coming before us because the lot splits came before planning and then design review board for approval?
Correct, yes, so lot splits always have to be approved by the planning board, and the code requires that when you're doing a lot split, that the new homes have to be subject to design review board approval.
Okay.
Right, so if this was if this was our neighbor lot, they could just go on straight into construction.
Even if these were not understory homes, they would be before you.
Okay.
Any other? Gabriel?
I frequent the neighborhood often, and the illegal dumping is really my concern. This has been going on for a while. I am sure the neighbors have already called code, but really your trash needs to be picked up soon. You don't need code to be telling you what to do. You know what to do. So in this case, that's my only concern I have, but it's been going on for a long time. And that's what has called my attention every time that I pass by there, is that how do we allow such illegal dumping to occur in a neighborhood? And it just motivates you more to, like, if you have trash, just to go dump it there because nobody does anything about it. So this has been going on probably 6-7 months. So it's not something that is just because of the construction right now. So to the neighbors' concern about calling code, I'm sure that they've already called code. I'm sure there is a history in code. I'm gonna ask you to kindly please do us a favor and do your due diligence when you're, with that. That's all I have.
I have a question, Rogelio, and maybe to our city attorney. Can we hold this application for approval until the dumping, the illegal dumping, and the clearing of the lot is done?
That's a great question. I would second that.
I would suggest that that's not subject to the design review criteria, but just to respond to that point, the property has been, it's been the subject of a lot of illegal dumping. When the house was still there were squatters in the house. Maria has had to call the police many times to remove it. She got the home demolished. She got the properties fenced, which took a long time, one of the illegal dumping incidents was actually the neighbor excavating a pool and then dumping his excavated material into her yard. She does have a property maintenance company that does go out there. I'm not sure what's happened in the last 6 months, I'm not aware of that or any violations. We have had violations and we've worked with code. We've worked with the neighborhood. We've met with Mr. Williger at the site. We did have meetings in the neighborhood in connection with the lot split application. Originally, there were actually many people that objected to this application. Now, our understanding is that many in the neighborhood want to see these homes developed. They don't want the lots to be empty anymore precisely because.
Because you don't want dumping.
It's really difficult to police the illegal dumping when you just have a vacant lot, and we've been in this process for many years. So it suggests that delaying this just makes the problem worse, because it's just more vacant lot, more opportunity for people to use it. Maria's is not a big developer. She has a company, but she is just one person running the company, and she, is only aware of so many things. So as we are definitely going to take care of whatever garbage is there now, but I would definitely suggest that delaying this application is just kind of making the issue worse. We are aware of neighbors who really want to see this site developed with really nice brand new homes and elevate the entire neighborhood rather than just seeing the continuous cycle of a vacant lot here.
Can they put no dumping signs on the property? Or is
It
that?
probably has them. Let me ask you this, when was the last time that the owner cleared the lot of dumping, of illegal dumping?
I'm not the property maintenance person, so I'm not sure, but I know that we have had, I've been in communication with the property maintenance person before to have them go out to the site and make sure that it's clean. And if you guys would like, we could come back for a progress report once the dumping is complete. And if we are so fortunate to get an approval today, we could come back and let you know that the dumping has been taken care of. The dumping
This is the thing, we're not code compliance and we're not the special master.
Yes.
And that's who you need to give the progress report to. But I will tell you that illegal dumping has been an issue in all of North Beach for many, many, many years. And yes, it's done by people that shouldn't be dumping, and it's also negligence on behalf of property owners. And as much as code tries to enforce the code, it just goes to the side, and it takes a long time, even if the property goes before the special master, to get them into compliance. Mr. Larkin was very successful in having a lot cleaned up and fenced, which was being used for illegal parking on Alton and 44th, more or less. And once he appeared before this board, we've not had any more problems, although it does have some illegal signs right now. But other than that, it's been kept up. So I think, and to all of you out there that come before this board, please, when you come, make sure that the lots you're representing, the properties you're representing, are in compliance with the code, at least at the time of presentation, because otherwise, this is what you will hear. So my question back to you, Ms. Attorney.
Yeah, I believe, I concur. The DRB does not have the jurisdiction to impose such, such a condition on them, because, I mean, we do have appropriate enforcement vehicles in the city for this, so.
Okay, thank you.
I will add that the draft order does have conditions for construction management, keeping the site clear during the construction process once the building permit is issued. But before the order takes effect, that's it doesn't apply until you get the building permit, so.
Okay.
And I understand that it's not just the resident dumping in there or not taking care of it, it's also those that are complaining, their gardeners and them, illegally dumping into this site. I understand, but it needs to stop.
Put a camera up and watch it. I mean, anyway, but that's not our thing, right? So we have to move forward. Okay. Do I have any other comment?
Mr. Chair, just one note, the draft orders contain some old code citations from the prior zoning ordinance. We'll be updating it to include the new code citations. So just a minor comment, a minor correction that we're going to be making to the
So what is that?
So for example, when they say chapter 142, we're going to be changing that to chapter 7. If they say 133, that's going to be chapter 7.1. So we're just going to be taking the equivalent sections of the new code and replacing those in the draft order.
Okay. So does anybody want to make a motion? No?
Motion?
Motion? Adam makes a motion?
Oh, sure.
Second?
Sure, I'll second.
Second? Gabriel? Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Okay.
I'm sorry, the motion came from Ms. Lewin?
Motion came from Adam.
Oh, I apologize. Okay.
And second came from
Mr. Pies, okay.
And that motion will include the change of the language of the chapters to the
Correct.
updated code. Okay. All right. Next is 415 Marseille Drive, DRB 24-1058.
All right, so this is, an application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory, including one or more waivers on a vacant site that was subject to a planning board lot split application. So again, similar situation. This lot in particular is 7,976 square feet. They're proposing a home with a lot coverage of 24.99%, so below the maximum allowable lot coverage of 30%. And the home has a proposed unit size of 49.73%, and the maximum is 50%. This is lot 10 of the lot split application of the prior lot split, and they're proposing a new home that is in a contemporary style. It is an understory home. It has a mix of materials, including black metal aluminum screening, at times against black stucco, black metal cable handrails, and a board-formed concrete contrast with smooth white stucco and natural coral stone walls. The front and rear elevations feature projecting volumes that are enhanced with pronounced eaves that taper outwards, and juxtaposition of color and texture is balanced in the property. So the home is designed in a different style from the other two homes. They are unique. That is one of the intents of making homes that are subject to a lot split coming before the design review board. And staff is supportive of the design. This one is not requesting any waivers. So staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order, with the same note that we will be updating the code sections that are in the draft order to be consistent with the new code.
So again, just for the record, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Chris, go ahead, present the design.
Thank you. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of the flood issues that I mentioned in the last lot, but so this one here, again, it takes the same methodology. It's all set back further than what the city requires. For instance, like the first story is about 33 feet back, but then the second story, that black portion with the glass, the louvers and such on the right, is about 50 feet back. So we're really about, hiding this with landscaping, and as you're going up the terrace steps, you also are introduced with landscaping. What's unique about this property is that we're using this sloped angle roof to kind of bring the height of the building down, which I'll show you in a section. So that's lot 10, it's the middle lot, so we spoke just recently about the one on the right. This is kind of the views looking around. Kind of already discussed, so we're that middle lot in between the two new buildings. So this is a 3D axon, so you'll see the garage on the ground floor, a lobby that just takes you to the elevator up, and then your stair that takes you up to the first floor. Your first floor is a kitchen, living, dining with a office or bedroom. And then the second floor is all bedrooms. So you can see here the setbacks are really pulled back. Go straight to the elevation. So you can see this is what I was talking about, the tapered roof here. So these are actually angled down, so from the street view, the house feels a lot shorter. Even though this house is 6 inches below the max height that we can do, the ones on the two sides were 1 foot below, so this one's a little higher. That's just to achieve 10-foot ceilings on both floors instead of having 9.6 on the second floor. We're landscaping this heavily. In this elevation, what's a little deceiving is that portion on the left is a lot further back. This portion here is a lot further back in the plan. You can see here, it's quite a difference. So all what you're seeing as far as the elevation on this side is really small. We'll have a lot of landscaping on each side. We have louvers that are kind of wrapped around with glass to help break up this facade with the landscaping. This is the rear elevation, glazing, black metal frames. The front of the house, again, the black metal louvers on the garage and this to help tie it in together. The massing kind of breaks up with coquina and form board where the planters are. This is kind of a view from the street and the back end of it. That's it.
Okay, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Anybody online, please raise your hand. No hands raised.
Okay, open up to the board.
Rogelio, I have a question. In looking at the front of this home, it appears that the steps are wider than 5 feet. And thinking back of the home that we reviewed earlier in Nautilus, where the requirement was 5 feet, or the code is 5 feet and you have to get a variance if it's more than, are these under the same requirement?
The home, the issue is when the steps encroach into a required setback, they're limited to 5 feet. If you're beyond the required setback, you can be as wide as you want.
And these do not encroach into the front setback?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your presentation. I think same comments from me concerning code or dumping, illegal dumping. Other than that, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Laura?
I'll just say, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the design, the differences in all three. I know we're not on the third yet. I think that, you know, the design speaks to Miami Beach, but they're all different and thoughtful with the material choices, so I'm in agreement.
Yeah, and I think the sloping you did on that second floor roof makes, you know, gives it less of a height thought.
I wish I could do on all of them, but I didn't want them to look the same, so.
Yeah, it's good that you don't make all three the same. It'll look like a development.
Yeah.
You come home a little late with a little too many drinks and you may go into the wrong home.
Gabriel?
Will all the 3 properties be built simultaneously?
So we don't know yet, but chances are probably 2 with the staging in the middle and the parking and all that, but I'm not the construction, but that's how I would imagine. It'd be easier.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything? Anybody else?
That helps, you know, with the parking.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the plan is to use the size of the site for staging.
For sure. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Motion second.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion approved. Congratulations. Next item
Thank you.
is DRB 24-1059, 1425 Marseille Drive.
Okay. So this 1425 Marseille Drive, an application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence with an understory, including 1 or more waivers located on a vacant site that was subject to a planning board lot split application. So this is lot 11 of the home, I believe this
Lot
is.
9, so.
Sorry, I apologize, this is lot 9.
Yes.
This is also RS4 district. This one is the largest of the lots. It results in a lot size that's 8,413 square feet. The proposed lot coverage is 26.1%. Again, the maximum is 30%. And the proposed unit size is 49.76% when the maximum is 50%. The applicant is proposing a home, again, as in the previous ones, it's 1 foot below the maximum allowable height for an understory home. This home will be at 27 feet when 28 feet is allowed. This home is requesting a waiver. The understory regulations require that all parking take place underneath the understory. However, the Design Review Board is allowed to issue a waiver to allow for there to be parking outside of the understory. In this case, the applicant is proposing for a garage structure that goes beyond the understory portion of the home into the front portion of the home. And actually enhances the design of the home. It's a nice architectural feature, and so staff is not opposed to the granting of the waiver. The home is in a contemporary architectural style, includes a lighter color palette, features materials such as light cream stone tiles, an offset vertical course, and beige plaster, bronze louver and gate accents, and large panes of glass. It is also designed with rounded corners, slim slabs and eaves, and incorporates landscape into the architecture with a berming in the front yard and planters incorporated into the second floor. That sort of softens the language. So staff is supportive of the design, staff is supportive of the issuance of the granting of the waiver, and staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached draft order. And this one, again, also updating the older code citations to be consistent with the new code.
Again, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, on behalf of the property owner. This one is the one with the waiver, as Rogelio, happens to Rogelio, keeping the 3 lots straight and the lot numbers has been a challenge over the past couple of years. But now we're on the last one, and this one, the waiver is really born out of the intent to keep the houses different, as we were just discussing on the last one. And it's actually a very unique and nice feature to include a planter along the facade. We could have eliminated the waiver by just bringing the home and the understory forward and keeping everything within the technical boundaries of the understory. But again, we're providing greater front setbacks than required to be more sensitive to the neighborhood. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris to present you the design.
So yeah, so this one here, as you can see, it has planters, has on the second floor to help soften up the curves that not only are on the front and the back, but also curves on the sides as well. I'm gonna let's jump to the ground floor plan. So you can see here, so the area of waiver is this portion here. So the idea here is I've been consistently trying to mask that understory, and in this sense, what I'm trying to do is create a berm, but also hide the way the parking and the cars kind of pull in the garage. So if you can see here, this element here, which falls, the actual building line is somewhere right kind of in this area here. So it's partially under, partially not, but this element that pulls out kind of helps steps up the building and makes it a lot nicer, so it's not just a straight shot up. And this is kind of the pedestrian stairs that kind of integrates and wraps around this element up to the front door, which you'll see on this slide here. So you come up and you land up here, and this is kind of a seating area with a planter that neighbors and friends can congregate and sit out here. All the materials that we're using, actually, let's just, so on the first level when you get here is kitchen, living, dining, a bedroom, and an office. One thing, what's important, again, since we have an existing neighbor to our left, we specifically designed this so that that massing kind of doesn't, like, we could technically build up to here, but it's just not right, you know, for our neighbors. So we purposely try to keep it almost like aligned with theirs and taper back, so we weren't that much of a nuisance, and you know, due to height. But as you can see, the way this lot 10 here, this kind of creates a nice, like, large kind of viewing space that respects this property. So as I go back to zoom back out. And I know one of the comments is going to be about the turning here. So by code, we have to, originally this driveway was up against this column, but by code with an understory, you can't have any pavement within 4 or 5 feet from the columns. But we do plan on putting a permeable structure underneath that we could still have gravel, but allows the cars to utilize this to kind of back in, back out. We like the idea of just not being able to see the garage door when it's open, so it's very tucked in. It's a little bit different. As we go through the renders, what's hard, it's not very clear here, is that these are rounded corners, so it helps softens. That second floor steps back in this area and kind of curves back, and the materials kind of flow on the backside. There's beautiful limestone on the ground floor, as serving as like a plinth. I think that's more like it. So this mounding area, the trees, we have planting on that level above, just masks that understory feel. That's probably a great angle to see. And that's it for my presentation.
Okay, do we have any members of the public wishing to speak, or anybody online?
We do have one person online, Annabelle Perez.
Hi, Annabelle, can you hear us?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I just need to swear you in really quickly before you proceed, please. Do you swear or affirm? Yeah. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I'm Olivier Carissimo and Annabelle Perez, property owner of 1435 Marseille, so the property next to the proposed submittal today. I was working in the past. I've been consulted with the architect here present on the board and on the proposed plan, which has completely changed, which I discovered today. I expressed my concerns about its garage as opposed to before an underground on stilts, which the purpose was to facilitate flooding and in case of flooding and so on and so forth. And I discovered today an elevation and a whole portion of the land potentially blocking flood coming from the canal. So obviously it's a concern for me as the neighbor next door, also as I discovered those plans today. I'm a bit surprised. Those plans are completely different from the one proposed before.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, sir.
I could speak to that a little bit. There was a previous design review approval here, so I think Olivier is thinking of the previous homes that were approved here. Ultimately, those homes, Maria decided not to move forward with those designs. There were a lot of issues in permitting. I apologize that he hasn't seen these designs. I thought he had, but these homes are much better, higher quality than the homes that were previously approved. So.
How about the flooding situation and this garage? I'm sorry, I'm not really prepared, but what I see, I have, concerns about potentially, where the water would go in terms of flooding. This garage is blocking a lot of the property, it seems. Again, I discovered those plans today.
Okay, sir, we'll address your comments.
I think generally speaking, understory homes are more resilient, and there's more open space with this home. It's a larger home than what was previously approved, but actually has less lot coverage. So more permeable space, and it's an understory home rather than a berm-style home, which was what was previously approved, not an understory home. So we think this is actually much better for flood protection than. And we can send Olivier the plans after this meeting, and we'll work with him moving forward if he's got any concerns that were raised. But I believe Chris did factor in privacy and his concerns that were previously raised into the design, because we did know about Olivier's concerns about privacy, and we did design the home in a way, as Chris mentioned, to preserve that.
We also have a concrete wall that we're going to be proposing that is going to help retain the water on our site. So there shouldn't be any flooding going to your property.
Your concrete wall is on the sides,
Yes, ma'am.
each other sides, and the back?
Not the back, because it's the waterfront. It's
One
it's
second.
the seawall.
Right, the
Do we
back
have any
is
other
the-
online comments?
Nobody else with their hands
Okay.
raised, no.
Okay, sorry, I just want to get that done, and then we'll open it up to the board now.
So your walls, your retaining walls are on the sides, on each of the sides, and then in the front, you have that gate that you, that was in the plans. Is there an exfiltration system
So,
on the
yes.
property done by a civil engineer to retain the water within?
Correct, and we're also gonna have a trench that's along the gate, so any water that does flow from our property goes into that trench and then out into their exfiltration system.
The trench in the front of the property?
Yeah, it's only at the gate area because it's open underneath, but other than that, it's all concrete walls all around.
Okay.
And how about this seawall? What's the height and age of your seawall?
We just increased it to the code, what the code required.
Right, yeah, they've been in permitting for the seawall for a while. I believe that did they finish the work or?
It's
there
around
were
seven
another-
something, yeah, it's actually, let me see.
And is the seawall for all three properties new,
Yeah.
upgraded? Okay.
Yeah, they just did all three of them.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve 1425 Mercedes Drive, lot.
Okay.
I'm
do I have-
afraid. I'll just say 1425 Mercedes Drive.
And then we have the variance of the, sorry, the waiver,
Including the waiver.
including the waiver.
Including the waiver,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Second?
Second.
Gabriel, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you,
motion.
guys.
Thank you for your
Thank you very much,
presentation.
and just so
Thank
you know,
you.
I texted the owner now, and she says she can have her maintenance people out there to clean that up ASAP.
Good.
So,
So we're gonna
Thank you.
drive by.
We
then.
appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Okay, is everyone okay to move on to the next item? Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break. Is that good? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll resume at 11:22. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're going to continue with our next item, DRB 25-1079, 845 82nd Street.
This is, an application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story multifamily building with one or more waivers and variances from the minimum required side setback facing the street for a parking area and from the minimum required side interior setback for an elevator and stairs, including one or more waivers to replace an existing residence. This is a proposal in the North Beach area, Biscayne Point, to be specific. It's in the RM1 zoning district. This is a lot size of 6,180 square feet. The FAR is 1.24 with the maximum here is allowed is 1.25, and they're proposing a 7,876 square foot building. The proposed height is 44 feet 6 inches from a DFE +1, where the maximum could be 50, so they're below the maximum height. The application is located, the site is located on the corner of 82nd Street and Hawthorne Avenue. The building will have 4 residential units with ground floor parking. The site currently contains a single-family residence that will be demolished. The immediate area surrounding the site consists of 2-story multifamily buildings, a few single-family homes, primarily constructed from the 1940s through the 1980s. So this neighborhood has a really big diversity of types of buildings in the area. The project proposes 4 3-bedroom units that are approximately 2,000 square feet in area. The ground floor has 7 parking spaces and an electrical room and a trash room. Pedestrian access is located in the rear of the property along Hawthorne Avenue via a walkway that leads into the open stairs in the elevator lobby. Vehicular access is provided from 82nd Street. The residential access begins on the units begin on the second level. There's a corridor along the east side that connects the entrances of the 4 units, and each unit is designed in a townhouse style. The design is contemporary with the west and south elevations facing the street, which have a dynamic interplay of movement and textures and shifts in planes. The architectural style is very nice. Staff is supportive of the design. On the ground floor, the applicant proposes texture stucco walls with a double row of landscape hedges along the west side to screen the parking area from the street and pedestrian view. And the south side features the garage entrance, which is framed by 2 walls, which have textured stucco along the edges. The applicant is requesting a design waiver for the minimum height of the understory level. The code requires that there be 12 feet from the design from BFE +1. The applicant is requesting a waiver to reduce that height to 10 feet. And given that that first floor doesn't contain any habitable spaces, staff is not opposed to the granting of the variance. Typically, we would be opposed to it if they were having if they had a large lobby or something habitable that would need to be adjusted in the future as the roads are raised. But in this case, there's not a major concern here. Staff is supportive of the design. There are a few recommendations that we would that we've seen. So one is there's a few issues that we've seen. The proposed transformer area on the west side of the site should be revised to comply with the western setback. So currently, they have a transformer that sort of encroaches into the setback. We'd like that to be adjusted a little bit to comply with the code requirements. They're proposing a backflow preventer, or it could be a transformer. It was a little difficult to tell. In the front of the yard, that is not an allowable yard encroachment, and it must be relocated to comply with the setbacks. The code requires for understory standards that at least one stair shall be visible and accessible from the building's main lobby, and shall provide access to all upper floors, and shall be substantially transparent at the ground level, and shall be located before access to the elevators from the main building lobby along the principal path of travel from the street. So staff is recommending that the proposed wall in front of the stairs on the front facade be removed from the stair return up, and a railing or a screen similar to the proposed perforated mesh screen located on the west upper floors should be provided. So this is on the ground level, in order to comply with that requirement that the first level of the stairs be substantially transparent. Staff recommends that a new pedestrian access be created on 82nd Street and the proposed walkway extended to this entrance. And then this is a concern that we raised, but we discussed with the applicant. It's not really an issue. That at the parking level, they have two areas between columns located on the east side. They appeared to be used for parallel parking, but that is not being proposed. They're not expected to be parking spaces. And staff's concern raises from the fact that they don't comply with the minimum dimensions for a parallel space. So, but that's not an issue because they're not going to be parking. Staff recommends that proposed shrubs located at the perimeter of property line not exceed a maximum height of 5 feet from the sidewalk elevation, and the second row of hedges located on the west side not exceed 6 feet from future adjusted grade. This is to minimize impacts to the sidewalk and improve views to the upper levels of the building. And then the project should provide a solid perimeter wall in the rear and interior side yard at the maximum height permitted to help screen parking area from the neighbors. This is to shield the neighbors from lights and other impacts of the cars pulling in and out. The applicant is requesting, as I said earlier, two variances. The first variance is a variance to reduce by 2 feet 6 inches the minimum required side facing a street setback of 7 feet 6 inches in order to construct a parking surface area with a setback of 5 feet from the side facing a street setback. In order to provide a parking, this site doesn't require parking, but the applicant does wish to provide parking for those residential units. And in order to be able to fit those spaces, the applicant is requesting a setback into the front yard. Given that there is a fence there, there's a wall there, and there's landscaping, staff doesn't expect any negative impacts from this. And staff is supportive of the issuance of the variance, provided that the parking is well screened as we expect it to be. The second variance is to reduce by 2 feet 6 inches the minimum required interior side setback of 7 feet 6 inches in order to construct the elevator and stairs with a setback of 5 feet from the interior side setback. The proposed variance is for the placement of the elevator and stairs. It encroaches slightly into the interior side yard. This is a narrow lot, and so the applicant does have a hardship in order to be able to fit the programming and fit the required stairs, and staff is not opposed to the granting of the variance. It is minimal and should not negatively impact the neighbors. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Okay,
Sir.
Thank you. My name is Juan Alayo, principal of Alayo Architects, 2307 Douglas Road in Miami. I'm here representing L&E Investment LLC, the owner and developer of the project. First, I'd like to thank the board for their time today, and also just to recognize the work in the past few months that we've gone through with staff, their openness and accommodation and actual collaborative efforts really to help us, in the design of the project. So that's been
I think your microphone turned off. Oh.
Okay. Just like to say that that's been a great experience for us as professionals, so I appreciate that. Our project, as stated, is located on the corner of Hawthorne and 82nd Street. I don't know if, there we go. In this area of North Beach. As mentioned before, the neighborhood is comprised of a series of 4-unit, 2-unit, 2-story buildings with also a combination of single-story duplex units and some single-story, single-family apartments. The site is an active neighborhood. And our project right now is proposing, as stated, a 4-story building with parking at the grade level, and then the second level being the access to the 3-story townhouse style units. I'd like to just sort of go through, if you're not too familiar with the neighborhood, just some views of what the neighborhood is. This is a view of the existing home that's on the site, and this is a view of the corner of the lot. And just to get some context as to sort of the density of the neighborhood, it's a very kind of unique neighborhood in North Beach, in this area. Very pedestrian, a lot of on-street parking, and these roads were recently, as maybe about 5-6 years ago, went through major infrastructure changes. It's the street elevation of the building. So our idea here was that because it was a multifamily building, how do we get the building to fit better into the context, both in scale and in character? And our thought here was really to mass the building and articulate it so that it does read as 4 individual townhouse type units. And doing so, we divided up the block of the building, kind of sliced it into 4, and then articulated it architecturally so that the uniqueness of the 4 units could be legible on the outside of the building. In looking around the neighborhood also, you know, this neighborhood is sort of, again, there are very good examples of buildings that speak to the character of the time period where the majority of the buildings were built in the mid-20th century. So you do see a motif of different details that exist in the neighborhood that we like, that we're attracted to as architects, that we feel that are worth respecting and worth recognizing. Also, just in the simplicity of the buildings tend to be more massive than they are more transparent, so that was also something that we took into consideration. And again, just some sort of design inspiration. This is a sort of a modern building fitting into a sort of early modern context, so we felt issues such as building proportion, massing to, again, break up the massing of the building so that it doesn't read as one sort of giant solid block. And also, we do have roof terraces on the top of the building and balconies on all 3 sides of the building, providing some outdoor space, and again, another opportunity to articulate the massing of the building. Our building does have an adjusted grade level that will be that we have to negotiate between the existing sidewalk and the adjacent property line. We did look at that somewhat carefully to see how that actually is going to impact the landscaping and the transition from the sidewalk into the site. And this is an example kind of the condition that we're dealing with. This is a similar condition that exists on a recently built building following the same conditions. Again, just to sort of provide a visual as far as what we're dealing with on our particular site. So I'll walk you through the plans quickly. The ground floor access is off of 82nd Street. Vehicular access is off of 82nd Street, and we are providing 7 parking spaces in the understory level. The whole understory level will be pervious pavers underneath that whole level. And the only thing that is here is really the entrance to the elevator, which takes you 1 stop to the 2nd floor, and the mechanical rooms that are needed on the ground level. The 2 exit stairs will discharge, their exterior stairs that discharge the whole building from the 2nd floor down to the 1st floor. On the 2nd level, there's an exterior corridor that accesses the front door of each of the units. And the 4 units are more or less the same, with some slight differences depending on their balcony arrangement or their exposure. So on the entry levels is the living room and kitchen, master bedroom on the 2nd level with balcony facing the east and west. And 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms, again with balconies facing east and west. And stair bulkhead connection up to the roof garden level. The two variances that we're asking for today, one is the side setback variance, which because of the narrowness of the site and to be able to provide that elevator access, we're requesting a reduction in that side setback. We did a walk through the neighborhood to sort of look at similar conditions that we may find in a block or a few blocks away in this whole area. And we do sort of see that there are a lot of conditions that are even narrower than the 5 feet that we're requesting, as just sort of to put this particular variance in context of what is found in the neighborhood. The same thing with the front setback. In order, again, to provide the aisle dimension and the parking length dimension on the ground floor, we're requesting a 5-foot front setback. And again, we sort of did the same investigation around the site and around the buildings to see, and we did find sort of a variety of 0 to 5 and, very narrow front setbacks on these streets. The waiver that we are requesting is a reduction in the understory height of the building. When we were first designing the building and we sort of looked at the 12-foot understory condition, the building seemed excessively disproportioned and tall. We would wind up really with 12-foot understory plus the structure and having to place a ceiling there by code. We would almost end up with a 14-foot floor-to-floor height there, which would, it just, visually it seemed like it was giving much more proportion to the understory and to the garage and breaking the building out kind of a disproportionate way. So to mitigate that visual effect is the reason we're requesting the waiver of the 2 feet. So this is just views of the site in context. This is the east elevation facing the neighbor. This is the view from the northwest and the southwest and from southeast. The east elevation, which is you're looking at the stairs and the access on the second floor and the balconies of the units. The north elevation facing the north lot line. The south elevation facing 82nd Street. And the principal west elevation along Hawthorne. And I'll just show some aerial views of the building in context. So as was mentioned, in terms of materials, we're looking at mostly a combination of stucco and aluminum with groove stucco that mimics some of the motifs that we saw on the site and in the neighborhood to kind of, again, draw and make reference to that. Also, the sort of linearity and rectilinear forms of the building between the frames and the massing, again, is addressing that relationship. And I guess that's my time.
Do you need any more time, or are you?
I'd like to just because it was brought up in the report, I guess it's not on the slides here, just the issue of the shielding of the landscaping. We did present in our landscaping plan that is of a concern to be able to prevent the cars, the headlights from being visible from the sidewalk. So we did address that with the landscape architect in terms of getting the right plant material and the right height on day one so that we don't have that issue. Not just the fence, but it's really also just aesthetically. Again, it goes back to that question of the 2-foot waiver. You can only make plants so high and still have another 10 feet of understory, which would make the building seem disproportionate. So reducing that understory height helps, I think, the building overall. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have anybody wishing to speak in the audience? Sir, if you can step up.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bobby Simpson. I have lived in Miami Beach for about 8 years, since 2017, and I actually own the home that's adjacent to the building that's being proposed. My address is 8225 Hawthorne Avenue. I moved there seeking quiet and residential charm of the Biscayne Point area. And so with this in mind, I've come before you this morning, this is still morning, to express strong opposition to the development. And my remarks are supplemented supplemental to the memo in opposition that I sent over on Monday. The reasons for opposing the development here is principally rooted in the fact that several of the variances and waivers that are being sought really do encroach upon not just the property that I have here, but if you look, I think some of the pictures showed that if you look at the scale of that building, it really does kind of eclipse the rest of the more garden-style, 1-2-story multifamily and residential homes. What's interesting is across the street from this development on Hawthorne Avenue, virtually all of the homes are single-family homes. They're maybe 1-story, 2-story homes there. As you've seen from those plans that have been submitted, the proposed structure is fundamentally out of sync with the surrounding neighborhood. A review of the architectural design plan that I looked at reveals that the requested variances and waivers would dwarf the neighbors around the area. And also granting those waivers would deviate from the North Beach Master Design Plan, where in that document it states that the development should not lose the character of the surrounding community. Again, I think that if you look at the scale of this construction, I think if you consider the way that the structure's boundary wall is going to impact particularly the property that I own, these waivers should not be granted, and we really should probably try to scale this development back a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? And do we have anybody online?
We have two people online. The first is Nima Shea.
Can I go after other speaker, other neighbor, Olivier?
Sure. Oliver Saba?
Yes. Can I go after him?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Oh, fantastic. Can you hear me loud and clear? Am I on my computer and I'm not sure. Is it working?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, it's working, but I I do need to swear you in before you continue, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I've been following the various debates, and I understand that the role of this board, whom I thank for spending their day doing this important job, is not to go over what has been approved by various, other on the various other forums about building code. I think they're in charge of agreeing deviations from building code or variance in this case. In this case, we've got a professional developer who buys a lot with a certain size. He's a pro, right? He's not somebody who's lived in the neighborhood for 50 years and passed on the house to his family and has grandchildren. He's a developer. He buys a lot with a single family home, and he puts 4 families on it. And he finds that basically the lot is a little too small for what he wants to do, and probably for his return of investment, it would be nice if he could put in more square feet in order to sell the development for a higher price, which is understandable. If I was a developer, that's what I do. But I don't think variance is supposed to be given in order to make projects more profitable. I think variance is supposed to reflect a hardship. There cannot be legally a hardship on a new development by a new developer who buys a lot with constraints and code that he's aware of. He's more aware of it than I am, because I've actually, to be on this call, I had to look up this whole thing, but it's his job to look up this whole thing. So in order to give variance, you have to show hardship. It has to be in the public interest. Here, there is no public interest. There is no hardship. The fact that the promoter shows that other constructions have actually done things that were maybe legal at the time, like such as I saw pictures of staircase encroaching on the variance. They could be illegal too. Some people do things that are not legal, and it actually goes to the point, which is, once somebody is given the right to do something which varies from code, developers like this one, which is probably well-meaning, but they will take pictures and they'll say, look, it's been given before, and you don't know the history of why it's been given, and you don't even know if it's legal. So my point is, this building can be built if it's within the code. I trust that the city, the attorney that's there, will make sure that it's within the code. It's job that is usually very well done. But if we start granting variance for developers who cannot make their project fit within the lot and the code because it's better for them, and who cares about the neighborhood, who care about the setback is there for a reason, is so that the building is not in your face, so that you have space. In this case, this building is massive. It's going to encroach on the whole neighborhood, but it is within code. So fine, you're not here to decide on code, but you're not here to make it worse than it has to be. If it's been agreed that the code is this way, fine. But the code doesn't say that you give variance to accommodate a project to make it more profitable.
Thank you.
Okay, then Nima Shea.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, I do need to swear you in before you continue, please. Do you swear
Yes.
or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Nima Shea, and I live in 8140 Hawthorne Avenue, just on the other side of the proposed project. It's a waterfront house, like Olivia and many of the houses. Almost every house on the west side of the Hawthorne Avenue are single-family, one-story or two-story, single-family waterfront houses. And then on the east side, there is a mix of single-family houses and also some low-level multifamily houses. So I strongly oppose this project. This project isn't just too big, it's fundamentally disrupting the balance of our block. As I mentioned, there is not any four-story multifamily apartments on the Hawthorne Avenue. From the beginning of the Hawthorne Avenue to the end of the Hawthorne Avenue, you wouldn't find any multifamily house apartments more than 2 floors. So this is just visual, not only visually, but also in terms of functionality, is like disrupting the whole neighborhood. I've been living in our house for 9 years with my family. We know the area, we know the people, and this is a concern for everybody, that building such large scale and tall buildings would be disrupting the whole neighborhood. And as one of the other conversations earlier we heard, this is opening the gates for developers to come and basically build 4-story apartments all over the Hawthorne Avenue. And basically this is going to disrupt the balance in our neighborhood. Another concern that we have is, of course, privacy, which we heard a lot. And this privacy is becoming very important, especially for single-family houses. This is an area that we have waterfront access, and you see the 3rd floor and 4th floor, and adding to that, the terraces that they mentioned are going to have direct views to all of the houses around, and it would disrupt our privacy. And as Olivia mentioned here, the variances is not about the hardship, it's about squeezing the more buck out of the footage. And it's unfortunate that this property, single-family house, Angel was living in the house for since 1990s, and they sold the house to a developer, and just in a couple of months they want to build a high-rise here. So again, I want to understand that this board is not rewriting the zoning code, but you can uphold this. Approving this project would create a visual and structural disparity that breaks the harmony in our neighborhood. And another one that also downplayed by the architect over here is the issue of parking. So they forgot to mention the houses that constitute the western side of the Hawthorne Avenue, but also the parking has been an issue in the whole neighborhood. We have been coming to the City Hall since 2017. They built a parking lot here, but even building that parking lot and also making the parkings basically only for the residents has been helped, but still at night there is problem. I'm sure that the architects and hasn't been in the space for at nights, but in the midnight or towards the end of the evening, there's a struggle for finding parking lots for the residents. And so having just those four parking lots.
Sir, you're out of time, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else online?
Nobody else with their hands raised.
Okay, and we have,
May I respond? Or am I allowed?
you can respond, but let's open it up and we can have a discussion now. Yeah, go ahead and respond actually to what.
Yeah, no, I'd like to just clarify a couple points. Number one, the setbacks that we're requesting only are for the first floor. The rest of the building above the second floor complies with as of right setbacks. So the parking surface is what we're asking to encroach that extra 2.5 feet. The elevator is only going up to the second floor, and so are the stairs. After that, the building is actually well within the setbacks that are prescribed by the code. The hardship that we're claiming is actually to provide parking that we're not required to provide. About 8 to 10 years ago, at this point, I owned a building actually down the street for many years. I'm very well familiar with the problems of parking in this neighborhood. The solution to not providing parking is creating more parking demand on the street. So I think it's not just, we're not gaining any square footage, we're not gaining any height by these variances. We're actually able to now provide the parking on site off the street. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points that were made.
Okay, before I open it up to comments, I want to say that I'm really impressed with your renderings, by the way. We don't often get such clear day, night, different angles, transparent renderings. So that's really it's very nice to see that.
Thank you.
Is staff on the same page as far as the variance?
Yes.
Because of required parking, because parking is so difficult in this neighborhood?
It's so actually the parking is not required in this. For RM1 sites less than 65 feet wide, no parking is required. They are providing parking because it's an operational need for this area. That we have heard a lot of complaints in this area, so staff is supportive of granting those variances so that they can provide that parking and not create additional problems for the surrounding neighborhood.
Is any street parking being removed for the construction of this building?
It's possible that one spot might be removed for the driveway.
But we're replacing it. There's an existing curb cut now on Hawthorne that enters the existing house, so we'll be now adding a parallel parking spot.
So there'll be no net loss of parking in the neighborhood because of this project. Okay, I'll open it up to the rest of the board.
Thank you for your presentation and comments from neighborhood residents. I have a couple of questions. The side variances that you're requesting of 2 feet 6 inches is basically to accommodate parking on the ground floor and the understory. Those 2 feet 6 inches, are they under cover or does the front of the car when it goes into the parking spot, half of it, a part of it is covered by a ceiling and the other by roof, and the other part of the vehicle is not. I couldn't tell in the
Yeah,
renderings.
I can maybe show you.
Okay.
I don't know if they can.
I believe it's the elevator landing is the encroachment.
Yeah, on the parking, it's the 2 foot, let me go to the ground floor. So where you see here, this little piece of paving that's extending out,
Yeah.
that's the 2'6" encroachment. So it's actually mostly the wheel stop.
Okay.
So not a whole lot of the car is gonna project out. I mean, the wheel stop is 2 feet in from the edge, so.
And you're providing a total of how many parking spaces and how many units do you have in the
So
building?
there's 4 units and it's 7 parking spaces.
Okay,
So
got
1 handicap and
And
6
6
regular.
regular.
Right.
And
Plus
can,
bike parking.
because of the height, am I correct, and I guess Rogelio, this is to both of you, instead of having the maximum height you can have on the understory, you're reducing it by 2 feet?
Correct.
Making-
There's a requirement that the understory have 12 feet clear above BFE +1. That's to allow for future road raising or whatever the
Right.
case may be. They're requesting a waiver to reduce that to 10 feet above above the base flood elevation +1.
In essence, making the building
Lower.
lower? Okay.
And they could provide those 2 feet. They have extra height. The building is proposed at 45 feet. The height in this district, the maximum height is 55 feet. So they do have the room to provide it, but architecturally, it looks better to bring it down.
Okay. And Rogelio, this area is zoned as single-family, low multifamily, debt intensity. Even with multifamily, low intensity, you still allow for this amount of height. I guess you said yes before, and you still allow for this amount of lot coverage, unit size, and that, okay,
FAR, yep.
okay.
Yeah, the RM1 district, the residential multifamily low-intensity district, allows 55 feet, an FAR of 1.25, and they're within those restrictions.
Let me ask you, is this a neighborhood where somebody could build a single-family home that's that high now?
Someone could build a single-family home at that height, yes.
So the old scale is just, it's basically gone. I mean, there's no, yeah, this is what we're facing throughout the city. Okay.
And this speaks again as to the gentleman that came before us today, the neighbor, as well as Mr. Saba and Dr. Shi. You know, this is the code that was approved by the city commission after many public hearings. And so we are not at liberty to change that code. We don't have that jurisdiction. And this project coming before us meets that code. In addition to that, they're even saying, we won't go as high as we are allowed to go. We want to go lower to be more in fitting with the rest of the neighborhood. Now, they are asking for the side setback waivers, but that is to provide parking that they're not required to provide. Basically taking 6 spaces off the street that could be on the street by residents that move into this building and bringing them inside. So it helps in that manner. Now, if they were a single-family home being built, again, it could have this height, it could have this lot coverage, unit size, and it would have parking within its own residential area, but within its own property, but it could also spill out into the outside. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before with another project, I think you were here, sir, when we discussed the project on Nautilus, our city is changing, and a lot of us are having a hard time, I am having a hard time accepting these bigger buildings, bigger homes that are elevated, that are higher than the rest of the homes in the neighborhood, but it is because of the resiliency issues that we're finding this is what we need to do. So thank you for taking the time to come out and express your concerns and for your presentation.
So, and I just want to clarify again, for the setbacks are just for the first floor. The second floor are within, so everything high, which is unfortunate for you. The height's not going to change. And if we were to deny those variances for parking, then there would be parking on the street. The building would be just as high and exactly the same up, but there'd be 7 other parking spaces that people would be using on the street, which I know is frustrating for, yeah. I mean, I want you to understand that I'm personally taking into account what you said, and I feel your frustration. I've been there myself. I've watched this happen in other places. I'm inclined to allow these variances for the parking because it really does impact the quality of, I know how bad parking is, like that one gentleman that called in said, and it's just where we are, and yeah, so that's all. I'm inclined to approve this, understanding your frustration and the frustration of the other neighbors that called in, but because this neighborhood is zoned for multifamily and even a single family, I've watched this happen on Belle Isle. They build 5-story single family homes on a 3,000 square foot lot. And that's just, you're getting to a point where it sounds ridiculous, but this is the code for this neighborhood, so, okay. Does anybody want to make a motion or any more comments?
I heard one, I just wanted to understand this. We've got 2 setbacks, and I agree with everything you said. This isn't about the proportions of the building and the height. This is just about, it seems to be about a parking setback. But there was the comment about, is this adding square footage to the building for sale and developers, et cetera? And I'm just sort of clarifying this for myself and for that person, but the setback where the elevator is, it's another 30 inches you're looking for, so that encroaches in there, which the stairs are part of that, right? And that all makes sense, so you can have the handicap parking spot there and everything in the stairs, and your kitchen wall is then pushed out by the 30 inches on that level to allow for the pathway to walk through there, right?
Right.
So it seems like there's a little bit of an increase in square footage, just like 30 inches on that level there, which again, I think that's not something that I would say is somebody trying to grab valuable square footage to sell. It makes the project work and function, and the circulation works, and so I think you did a good job to try to make it all work, and I think you're not requesting something that's out of bounds. So, I'll make a motion.
Okay. Motion made by Adam. Do we have a
I'll
second?
second that.
Second by Laura. Any more discussion? And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Final item, DRB 25-1087, also known as DRB 24-1026. This is 94 Palm Avenue. We've seen this before.
This is, an application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence with an understory. Specifically, the applicant is requesting variances to provide an enclosed air-conditioned storage area within the understory, to provide concrete areas within the understory, to exceed the maximum permitted lot coverage for height interior side setback, variance for height and interior side setbacks for an increase in the height of mechanical equipment with screening within the interior side setback, and including 1 or more waivers to replace an existing residence. This is a home that was previously approved by the Design Review Board on September 3rd, 2024. This is a home on Palm Island. It is a very large lot. It is 62,081 square feet. The home, they're here for variances only. The design of the home is not changing from the exterior To anybody who will walk by the home, it will look exactly the same as it would have with the prior approval. The applicant, after going into the construction documents, has realized that there's a few issues that they would like to address, and as a result, they're seeking some additional variances. The first is a variance for, let me go to the section. A variance to allow for enclosed air-conditioned storage space within the understory area. The applicant, because it's such a large home, there's some significant mechanical equipment, and so the applicant is requesting a variance to allow for the enclosure of an area in the understory where they will be able to locate some mechanical equipment that has to be in an interior air-conditioned space. And so they are requesting the variance for that purpose. Staff is not opposed to the granting of that variance, given that the home has a need for this mechanical equipment. It won't be visible from the exterior, and it should not impact the design of the home. The second variance is to allow for concrete flooring in the non-air conditioned areas within the non-air conditioned portions of the understory area. The code requires it for understories that all portions of the understory area that are not air conditioned shall consist of pervious or semi-pervious material such as wood deck, gravel, or paver set in sand. There's portions of the site, given the scale of the lot, that the applicant does expect for there to be sagging and some erosion that would cause some sinking. So as a result, the applicant is proposing that portions of the understory around the pool deck and an additional terrace, that they be allowed to use concrete in those areas to prevent sagging, given how large this lot is, and expected drainage issues. They want to avoid issues with sagging. So staff is not opposed to the granting of that variance. The next variance is to allow exceeding the maximum permitted lot coverage of 30% by 4.15% in order to construct an operable aluminum trellis from the exterior rear wall. Currently, the applicant has a trellis structure approved in the rear yard. That trellis structure uses canvas coverings that are retractable, and as a result, the canvas does not count towards lot coverage. The applicant would like to use a better material, a louver system that can open and close. However, the code counts louvers as part of the lot coverage because they can be fully closed and fully sealed. And so as a result, the applicant would like to seek a variance in order to allow for that louver structure, which is a higher quality material, will require less maintenance, less replacement. And staff is not opposed to the granting of the variance because it does not increase the overall massing of the home in any way, shape, or form. This is an area that was previously approved. They're just changing the material that they were using before. The next variance is a variance from the side yard setback in section 7223B1 and allowable yard encroachments in section 223B12F2. These are two variances of two different sections for the same element. To exceed by 4 feet 5 inches the maximum height of 5 feet above current flood elevation, with a maximum height not to exceed 10 feet above grade for mechanical equipment, to exceed by 5 feet 7 inches for the screening elements in the permitted height of 5 feet above the current flood elevation, with a maximum height not to exceed 10 feet above grade within the side yards at a height of 9 feet 5 inches above the current flood elevation. So essentially, they're proposing mechanical equipment in the side yard, some new electrical equipment, battery equipment that does exceed the typical height of typical mechanical equipment, elevators, generators, air conditioners, things like that. And this electrical equipment is related to the solar panels on the home. It's batteries that are a little taller than what we would typically see in order to allow for increased sustainability and resiliency of the home. And so the equipment is located in the area that was previously approved, but it turns out the equipment is going to be taller than was previously expected. And staff is not opposed to the granting of this variance, given that it improves the sustainability of the home. So those are the new variances that are being requested, and staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Okay. Please.
Good afternoon, Emily Balter, Burke Cordell Fernandez Larkin and Tappanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I just want to say welcome to our two new Design Review Board members. I hope your meeting today was actually not as bad. We'll probably get out soon. And we're happy to be your last application on today's agenda, so we don't want to take too much of your time. I'm here today on behalf of the Palm Island Residents Trust. With me is Reynaldo Borges and Amelia Garcia, the project architects, and my colleague Michael Larkin. If we could bring up our slides. Thank you. The property is located on Palm Island. It's a man-made island within the Biscayne Bay and only accessible from MacArthur Causeway. This island features some of the most exquisite homes in the city, and as Rogelio mentioned, this is a double lot within the RS1. We previously came before this board in September for approval of a new two-story residence with an understory. That was pre-amendment where all understory homes had to come before this board, but we also had other requests, so we would have been here regardless. We included a variance to reduce the front and side setbacks relating to an existing garage structure on the property that they wanted to maintain. And then as two waivers relating to the additional required open space on the east side and to permit parking outside of the understory for an ADA accessible van that this family has. Because for the benefit of those board members that were not here in September, Reynaldo would like to quickly walk you through the design of the home, and then we'll go over the variances and conclude. Do you want to stand here?
Thank you, Emily. For the record, Reynaldo Borges, Principal Borges Architects, 237 South Dixie Highway, representing the owners. Thank you. Last time we were here, well, we presented the design and we did get approved, and now we keep on refining, right? It's an endless process of making this state-of-the-art house. You do see the layering of landscaping and so on that we are installing, so there's a lot of lush landscaping in this project, and it's a very large property, so the house fits in comfortably. You can see from the side, you know, what Emily was saying, there was a frontal building that we wanted to retain, and we just sort of harmonized the architecture of that with the rest of the house. In the back, you know, there are multi-layers of things happening with two accessory buildings on the east and west side. All the pool deck at ground level, enjoying the understory as terraces and extended amenities for the project. You can see here the view from the swimming pool. You know, we have 5 different swimming pools, and some are therapeutic. There's a fitness center and then a spa, a lot of, you know, world-class amenities. You can see here the view from the understory out towards Biscayne Bay. You can see some of the paving material that we're requesting to be allowed to structure that over a concrete slab, so that the transitioning between the hard structured pool deck area and these sort of pervious pavers is more stable, and you'll see the request of that. See from the side, and you know, that sunken seating area adjacent to the pool is also part of the request, you know, to kind of structure that under hard concrete structures to avoid any sort of settlement, any distortion of the paving material. Subject today in one of the variances, the terraces above on the right side that you kind of see over here, and that's where we have that minor variance that I'll articulate further. You can see the ground level. I mean, we have a lot of pervious area, a lot of landscaping. Matthew Lewis with Land Design has done an amazing job with the landscape architecture here. We did retract one of the variances from the prior application, which was to park the van that you see on the west side. You'll see in our new site plan, we were able to fit that under the house, and we are removing that from the site plan so that that's no longer a variance.
Wait, what is that, Reynaldo?
Right over here, there's an oversized van that the client has. And
Oh, a van.
Yeah, a van. It's the
That was
way
a waiver.
Yeah, that was a waiver. And we eliminated that by finding a way to kind of park it underneath. So we had to, play with the slopes of the site and all that, make sure that it cleared it, but we were able to remove that. So you'll see that in the latest site plan. This is the upper main living level. I mean, the house has a lot of different fun things like a bowling alley and home theaters and a lot of fun activity. The upper terrace where you'll see the variance on the trellises here. And then this is the upper level with all the bedrooms, the more private part of the house, and a rooftop terrace that is limited to this sort of central area. So the four variances, I think Rogelio articulated pretty well. If there are any questions, I'll go one by one and articulate what they are. So these are the two spaces that we're hoping we could air condition, because it's the only way that we could really control humidity in these spaces, and that's something that I think the code needs to consider in the future. The concern is always that these understory elements become, habitable space, right? It cannot be because of FEMA and because of the flood zone. So what we're asking is to be allowed to air condition it so that we could really regulate the humidity. It's a true mechanical room. In there we have water filtration systems, and we have water heaters and electric switches, and also it's a smart home, so there are a lot of technology components inside that room. So being able to bring air conditioning really helps to regulate humidity in these spaces. And what we find, through our experience in the market is that these rooms, when they're not conditioned, you open it up to mold and humidity and things like that become a long-term concern in this tropical environment. So that's a simple request, and I think staff articulated that they're supportive of that. You can see also on the right there's a diagram that shows you how we're elevating all the equipment. So we are placing all the equipment above the flood elevation, so everything is really more resilient and more reduced risk. Is our strategy on this for flooding. This diagram illustrates the hatched red area are the areas that we're still installing a paver system, but we want to install it on a concrete slab, so it's more stable. So that's the request there. I mean, we still have basically 67% of green and pervious area in this house. So, I mean, there's a lot of green, there's a lot of pervious material. All the paving system that you see for the driveways is all a pervious structured paving system. This is just to illustrate the beautiful landscape work that landscape architect has been working on. There's just a lot of transitional landscape around the sites, around the front. I mean, it's a very large site, so very comfortable. And also wanted to show you that we have thought very carefully how we are draining the site. So regardless of the pervious material on the paving, we have a drainage system that collects all the water. We have a 35,000 gallon cistern that's allowing us to collect all the water that falls on the site, and then we're using that for irrigation. So it's a LEED Gold house, right, that is required by code now in Miami Beach. So, many of the features that we've introduced into the house are really part of the LEED certification for gold. You can see here an illustration of our concern about how, pervious paving material in certain areas, regardless of the installation, sometimes fails, right? And we're trying to avoid that in the understory terraces just to maintain the house more elegant. So this is the upper level deck area that you see in this sort of blue-green color. And there's where we're asking for that variance. And it's a minor, variance item. And it's based on, you can see here the retractable louvers. I mean, the intention, as you'll see in the renderings, is to have this open all the time. It's only during special events, family gatherings and so on, that this would be closed up and protected, for the sun or for rain events. You kind of see it here in 3 dimensions. So you can see that it's all open most of the time. It'll be open like this. And our request is to be allowed to do the louver system in aluminum instead of a fabric, And right now, I think if it were fabric, we wouldn't be asking for the variance because it seems like, I guess, it's more temporary even though, you know, it's always going to be open, like you see here. So the intention is to have these louvers open, so the sunlight is navigating. I mean, we have plenty of shading on the edge of this house. And you can see the difference really between the aluminum and the fabric. So this is fabric, and this is aluminum. Fabric, aluminum. We feel, obviously, there's no major aesthetic impact. Nobody really experiences it from the neighbor's side. You know, they won't really know the difference. And our client is very concerned about the fabric because, again, the humidity, the sort of the durability of the material is something that we look at as well in these homes. So that's why we're asking for that. You can see the detail of how the aluminum collects when it's open and how the fabric collects. So again, it performs very similar aesthetically and so on, but you know, just our client would like to have an aluminum system instead of the vinyl fabric. Let's see what happened here. Okay. So here we articulate the variance for the mechanical pad, right? So as Rogelio was saying, we are fully solar on this roof. We're generating over 90 kWs of power with a solar system.
Ronaldo, how much more time do you need?
Probably another 3 or 4 minutes.
Can get it in 3, can you, please?
Yeah. So so you see the pad grew in size a bit, and then as you could see, this exhibit shows you the batteries and how the batteries are quite large. They're, you know, almost, I think, 7 feet. So allowing us to treat that almost as another trellis, right? So that when you look down on that mechanical yard from all sides, it's all more screened and more civilized than just, you know, the allowable fencing, which is limited to about 5 feet, you know. You kind of see it here in 3D. This is where we used to have the van. The van has been eliminated. And then you see the trellis looking enclosure for the mechanical area. When you layer in the landscaping, it really disappears, really, so nobody sees it. And you can see here from above, as of right, you know, the louver system is very low. If we're allowed with this variance to build more of a trellis with this louver system, it just disappears and blends in more into the overall architecture of the house. And this is a sample of the types of louvers that we'll be using. And these are all the materials, so you've already seen this. So basically with that, I open it for any questions that you may have.
Just to briefly conclude through the chair. The proposed design, we believe, is unique and resilient and compatible with the neighborhood as was approved in September. The requested variance will be not perceived from the neighbors or the street, but will have a huge impact on the longevity of this project for the family. And with that, we're requesting approval of the 4 variances, and we respectfully request time for rebuttal if needed. Thank you.
Okay, do we have nobody in the audience to speak? Do we have anybody online?
Nobody online.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the board, but I want to ask Rogelio a question. This house is 29,000 square feet. If we're talking, my issue is with the lot coverage. Is it the aluminum versus vinyl versus canvas that's changing the lot coverage?
Correct.
And I just have to ask, devil's advocate, if this came from the beginning with aluminum, would staff not say reduce this house by 4% because it's a gigantic house on a very large lot and you don't need to cover more than you should be covering? I'm just curious of like this. I understand that it will not change from the outside. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I don't see canvas as something that should have gone with this design at the get-go. And I kind of feel like we had seen this in entirety, the house would have been reduced to allow for aluminum trellis, cover. So that's just, I'm not having a problem with the height of the equipment. I'm not really having a problem with the air conditioning of the equipment. I'm glad you moved the Scooby-Doo van out of the way, but it feels like this is a scary precedent, because if other people make these design changes after it was approved on a smaller lot, I mean, it just, that's my initial thought. So I'd like to open it up to the rest of the board.
Okay, if I just want to make sure I understand all the variances that are being requested, and I commend you for your presentation and the idea of the cistern that's going to collect the water for irrigation. I think that's a wonderful thing to do. The first variance to allow for an enclosed air-conditioned storage space within the understory, why does it have to be enclosed? What equipment are you going to have there that it needs to be enclosed and air-conditioned?
Yes, so if I may illustrate that level, which is this slide here. Do you see the slide on your screen?
No.
Okay,
Okay,
there
now
you
we
go.
do.
Yeah, so inside the larger room is water filtration system with electronics. There's also an electric water heater system. There's electrical switches. A lot of sort of the brain power for the smart home technology is being housed there. So that's why, you know, air conditioning allows us to control the humidity in that space. The other one, on the other side.
Let me stop
Yeah.
there. So it's basically a electric water heater, and what else you mentioned?
Water filtration system,
Water filtration system, and then
all the electronics, you know,
Electronic-
for the smart home
for
technology.
the smart home,
Yeah.
okay. What is the hardship with this one variance? What hardship do they encounter that it allows, that would allow this variance to be approved? Because I
basically-
know a lot of other homes
Yeah.
that do not have this amount of lot size or this amount of unit size, unit coverage, and they have their electric water heaters exposed to the elements. They have their, all this equipment you're mentioning,
Right.
except for maybe a Lutron homework system, but that is kept within the inside of the home, the livable area, not the understory. So tell me, what is the hardship and why couldn't these things be accommodated without enclosing and air conditioning the space in the understory?
Okay, so as I understand it, right, we're not asking for being allowed to put all this equipment there. The equipment is allowed to be there, right? So that's not a question. And in these understories, it's always nice to have the ability of doing these storage areas because, you know, for a home this size, you know, storage is always important, right? So the question is the humidity and the mold, right? That's the hardship. It's like in these spaces, in this environment, when you don't have the ability to air condition the space, and it's just a wall unit, it's a simple air conditioning system. It's what we call a mini split system. Then you cannot control the humidity and mold gets in there. And even if we ventilate it with fans, there's just never enough environmental control of that space to avoid the sort of the humidity buildup and the mold.
Okay. The second variance is to allow concrete flooring in the areas around the pool and in portions of the understory.
Yes. So as you know, the pools are structured with piles, so they're very,
Yes.
very stable. Everything
Uh-huh.
goes down to the rock and nothing sinks, you know? So then if we were to bring all this paving right up to the edge of the pool, we're just concerned that there's gonna be irregular settlement and there's gonna be some of that distortion that I show in the slide in an area that is trying to be enjoyed and as elegant as these understory terraces are right on the edge of these pools. So we thought, you know, it performs better long-term for that paving system to be structured over a concrete slab instead of just on sand.
So these concrete slabs are going to have pilings also?
The concrete slabs will be structured with some piles, yes.
Okay. So other homes have areas around the pool that are not concrete pads with pilings, but they're built properly with the proper compact sand, compact rock, so that they don't, what the pictures you showed where the covering of the area doesn't come down occur. What is the hardship in doing it that way?
So in these understory homes, the sort of the amount of pervious material that is being installed is kind of unprecedented, right? Because we have all this area under the house that is designed to flood, is designed to receive water. So this is kind of unique. It's really something new. And, you know, practicing over 40 years, you see all kinds of things as an architect, right? So to me, it's a better design to be allowed to install that paving over a concrete slab. We still remain, you know, with 67% of green area, which is pretty significant. It's more than any other house would have unless it were to be an understory, right? Because the understory allows us, you know, for that increased drainage capacity at the ground level. So, you know, really honestly, it's more of continuing to look at how the house performs and avoid any problems if we could avoid them. So that's why we're making the request.
And Rogelio, what is the amount of pervious area required in a lot of this size? Mr. Borges just mentioned there's 67%
So
pervious as it stands right now, including the
Yeah.
concrete area,
right.
or removing the concrete area from that area.
So for understories, it's, with the exception of the enclosed areas, it's 100% required to be pavers on sand or open space landscaping. There's no allowance for concrete in the understory area, with the exception of maybe a pool that's going into the understory. The reason, and this is probably the variance we had the most back and forth with them on, the one that we had the most concerns with. And ultimately, we decided to support it because of how large the space is. We do feel that that provides additional opportunity than what we would typically see for there to be sagging and erosion and portions able to collapse versus a much smaller area. We feel that that's more limited. So given the expanse of the understory, we felt that it was more likely to happen in a project like this. So we ultimately agreed to support the variance.
Can I ask a question too? Does that have to do with the cistern he was mentioning that kind of offsets this? Because this is almost 10% now with concrete when you were supposed to have none.
Right. They do have drainage systems that go above and beyond what we typically see, and that does offset any issues with drainage on this site.
So
And if you don't do concrete in the understory, like no one is allowed to do it, and this is why you're requesting this variance, is it possible to do some civil engineering with exfiltration or something in that area that will allow for water to drain that comes into that area in case of a flood or a hurricane, whatever, and would not require then the concrete slab that does not allow the percolation of water?
Right, so the logic behind this request is that this house has a very robust drainage system, right? So on top of the cistern, we also have the typical drainage solution that we have in any site in Miami Beach, engineered by civil engineers with trench drains. So that system is engineered on its own, and on top of that, we have the cistern. The plan that I showed you here, which this is a drainage plan, shows you how we're capturing all that water into these pipes that go into the cistern.
Can we view the screen?
There you go. So really, the fact that you got pervious material in the understory that is sort of shaded by the house above doesn't really make a big difference how this thing is performing from a drainage point of view. You know, if this were to be open to the sky or something like that, it's a different concern, right? Because, you know, the heavens are unloading a lot of water in our community, and we want to capture that water, and that's the whole idea of the understory. It's sort of a better solution for water management in water world. So we don't see that as a concern. We just see the performance of this long term. Again, you know, when you see how things fail, and in a house like this, it would be unfortunate, you know, if we didn't have the foresight to think through this. I don't see, I mean, nobody experiences that slab. The slab is under the paving. You'll still see the paving. It's just going to be a more stable structure solution for that area The
What
rest of
is the square footage of the understory?
the square footage of the understory, that's a good question. The entire understory, I don't think we have an exhibit that has that number. Do you have that in that DRB plan? I mean, it's pretty significant. You can see the dashed line is the red line that shows,
If you can go back to the previous screen, you're saying that the understory is everything included
Within
within
the
that red
dashed line.
dotted line?
yes. Understory, no, it has to be more than 7,000. Yeah, because it's the entire footprint of the house above. Did we calculate that? Yeah, so it looks like it's more like 11,730. But, you know, it's a significant area that is sort of shaded. Of course, in the.
It is, I'm sorry, Mr. Borges, it is the area within the red dotted line?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the shadow of the building above.
Okay.
So, you know, again, it's just looking ahead. I mean, we look at resiliency and durability and performance of how things work in this environment. As we know, these are very sandy islands that were man-made. And, you know, so again, it's just anticipating and improving the performance between a deck and these sort of very hard pool decks that are structured with piles. So that's the way we see it as the architects, because, you know, ultimately we are responsible how things perform long-term as well.
The last variance that you're requesting, well, then there's the variance we spoke about on the aluminum trellis versus the canvas.
Yes, so, and I think,
Increasing the lot coverage.
yeah, so if I may respond to Scott's concern, right? So the area of the variance, if I had the ability to zoom in here, is sort of the red that you see around the trellis area. That is the area that we're calculating for that minor percentage. What is also interesting to understand here, the third dimension, is that this aluminum trellis is being structured over a concrete canopy that's already creating shade and it's already creating coverage in terms of lot coverage point of view, you know. So, you know, if we were to remove this layer of very fragile layering of trellises, that really gives this house a lot more functionality, because this is facing south, so it's gonna get a very intense solar exposure. So, I mean, it just makes that deck livable, right? Because especially in these summers that we're experiencing, when you close that up and you get the prevailing breezes working, it really functions very well as a passive solar system to be able to use that terrace elevated, looking over the water. I mean, it's a fantastic feature. And the only thing that is triggering this is whether the louver system is aluminum versus the fabric. You know, and again, Tom Mooney, as you know, has to make these judgments, all these evaluations, and I met with him. I said, what is the real intention here? Because, you know, I don't like to be limited in terms of the quality of the materials that we bring to these houses, because we want them to be as maintenance-free as possible. We want them to perform and have long warranties. So the warranty on the aluminum system versus the fabric is like night and day. You know, the fabric may need to be replaced, you know, maybe every 5 years or so. I mean, this is a very harsh environment. And we see it in the restaurant decks, on the rooftops and all that. We see the fabric, and we see the way they leak. You know, my client is very concerned about the way things perform. So the fabric.
I mean, that idea of that huge area of fabric seems ill-conceived to me to begin with. I mean, it's massive, right?
Yeah, but if it were fabric, we wouldn't be asking for the variance. It would be,
No, I
it would be
understand.
a non-issue. What triggers the request is the fact that we want to bring the aluminum, you know, the folding aluminum that also opens and closes and gives you a greater functional solution.
And to add to your concern, if this is a practical difficulty based on a strict interpretation of the code. If this was a trellis that was stagnant, 50% open to the sky, 100% of the time, it would be permitted.
Yeah.
This operable condition allows an experience that is 100% open to the sky, but because it is made of louvers and not fabric, although we can achieve that 100% openness, it requires, it counts towards your
And
lot
that's because
coverage.
it's a covered space?
Correct.
It has the
that has
potential to
nothing
be a covered space.
That has nothing to do with
That ends up being-
perviousness.
No.
Okay,
No.
It
okay,
increases
so,
the lot coverage.
Correct, which is
Because
already.
it's covered area.
And which is
Is it-
already covered by the understory, so this
Is
is
it
not.
covered on the sides as well?
Well, so we are introducing these roll-down screens that allow us to control the sun and also these sort of rain events that we have, right? So you're having a wonderful event, and then suddenly we have a rainstorm that may last half an hour, so you could bring these things down.
And those are fabric.
Those are fabric, and they're integrated into the structure, and those are perfectly okay. Obviously, you know, they may need to be replaced, but, you know, they just roll up. It's, you know, it's a
No,
very
I'm
sort of
familiar with them, and
simple
those
solution.
could, the same way you have them in the front and sides, you could have them on the roof.
Right.
Instead of the aluminum trellis, where they could be opened and closed.
Right.
And have, there's some of them that have some amount of visibility.
Right.
But yet shield the sun rays from coming in.
Yes, and,
Okay.
and we do have trellises on the roof. Again, you know, creating shade is very important in this environment. And these are state-of-the-art. I mean, we've researched these types of trellises. Now we've looked at 10 different companies and
Yeah.
we've selected the best product with the best performance. It has the water collection integrated. It all sort of drains down. It's seamless. And it's all structured over this concrete canopy that's already creating coverage. So. to
yeah,
me-
yeah, no.
Let me just ask you the fourth variance, the last variance you're requesting, what mechanical equipment are you wanting to put to exceed maximum height?
So in order to collect all this solar power that we're generating, we need these batteries that you see here in this picture. And as you can see, these elements are quite monumental. They need to be installed above the flood zone as well, so they're protected, you know, for flooding resiliency. So if we didn't have the ability to really screen it as we're requesting, then there's just gonna be monuments that we're gonna be seeing, you know, becomes a visual, I think, eyesore. And this is happening, you know, with the fact that you need to do LEED Gold, and the only way to get to LEED Gold is to have solar integrated into this house.
Okay. What is the height of these batteries?
They're about 7 feet.
And how much elevation do you need to have them from ground on the understory?
So you see in this diagram, you have about 4 feet of screening if we were going as of right with the screening that is allowed by code. It's just that the code does not anticipate this type of apparatus being, I mean, these are things that, you know, we learn and we evolve, and hopefully the code now will have this kind of flexibility, right? Because this is coming up a lot, where we end up, sometimes we end up meeting zoning, and then we don't meet the flood criteria in the building department, and because, you know.
I understand, but how elevated do these batteries have to be?
Well, they're above, they're 10 feet above, the NGBD is 10 feet, as you see in these exhibits.
They're too tall to put into the mechanical room, I assume.
I'm sorry?
They're too tall to put into the mechanical room that you're looking to
Yes,
condition, right?
so we would have loved to be able to tuck this under the house, right? But there are all kinds of requirements. There's also, I mean, this house has a healthy home consultant, and we have done a screening of what is called EMF, which is electromagnetic frequency. And these batteries emit EMF. So the closer you put them to the house, you're emitting this energy into the house, and then you have to screen them with a copper mesh, and it gets a little bit complicated. So we're also trying to create distancing, you know, from these electromagnetic field from the house itself. And they recommend about 10 feet, you know, the more distancing, the better, because, you know, the frequency diminishes, you know, its impact into the living environment. So, you know, we're learning that as we integrate all this technology into these homes, there are all kinds of issues that zoning sometimes does not anticipate, and that's why we're here.
Okay, I have one more question that we didn't target with the air-conditioned storage space. You're putting in all this sensitive equipment, but you're now in a flood zone with that stuff, and the first flood that comes in destroys all that equipment, because that room's not watertight, is it?
You're talking about the room in the understory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we elevate all the equipment. You see it here in this, there's a diagram on the exhibits here that shows how that equipment is all above, right here. You see the Exhibit 2 equipment location diagram. Everything is being put on pedestals. Whatever needs to be protected, electric panels, anything that has electric components, it's all elevated. Motors, all of that is elevated, because The room itself has 11 feet slab to slab.
How big is that room, area-wise?
The enclosed storage room is 1,700 square feet.
1,700, yeah.
And that's
This is- I mean,
Where
look,
are you
it's-
putting your generator for this home?
So the generator is in the same pad where we have these batteries. It's in the same pad.
Okay.
All these equipments, have to have clearances and all
Yeah.
that by design. So
Let me, I'm sorry, Mr. Borges, Rogelio, can you explain this the variance number 4, where it is requesting a variance for the side yard height elevation? What is the height permitted there? From what I'm reading, it's 5 feet?
It's 5 feet above base flood elevation, not to exceed 10 feet above grade.
Okay, so base flood elevation there is, let's say, 8
Is-
feet,
Here, I believe it's 9 feet.
9?
Yeah.
Plus 5, you go up to 14.
And then
Right.
the grade here is,
we're at 7 and 5/6. The adjusted grade. So you could see in this exhibit, the dash line, it's not, the screen is not showing, but there's a dash line on the exhibit that shows you how high the screening could go, and that is at 14 feet NGBD, right? So if grade is about 7.5, then.
I think the grade here is, the sidewalk elevation is, or the street elevation, the crown of the road, I think is lower.
Yeah,
6.5.
I'm looking at the exhibit, it says adjusted grade is 7.56.
No, adjusted grade, but the grade is where we measure the 10 feet from. It's
Okay.
6.5, 6 feet 12 inches,
Okay.
according to the zoning data sheet.
Yeah, so we are basically just asking to be allowed to enclose all this with this louver, this trellis system. And the only thing that triggers, I think, a variance is the fact that it's within the required setbacks for the house, right? So, and we've shown you how, we blend it in with landscaping, so aesthetically, it sort of disappears in the garden.
Okay, so
We need 5 approvals on these variances, Rogelio?
You need 5 affirmative votes, yes.
Okay.
It's tough. This is a lot of stuff, and
It
it's,
is a lot.
but the cases, what I'm hearing is, and what I see is that all the cases are almost allowed, without us approving, they're allowed, the trellis is allowed with canvas, that's already been approved. The understory equipment room is allowed.
But not
The-
air conditioned.
No, it's conditioning it. The generator pad is allowed, but he wants to screen it. And then the pavers could be set on compacted sand, but in order to do it right, you'd rather it be on a slab, which then it is addressed by all the drainage that they're providing, which I'm happy the houses lead. I mean, that's more than a lot of these houses do. So I'm, as much as I want to say this is a lot, when I look at it practically, I'm like, okay, these batteries cost thousands of dollars, and the louver's obviously going to screen them plus protect them as well. I'm happy there's a solar system. You said 90% of the solar
Well, it's
panel.
about 90 kW, so, we're generating as much power as we can because we fill the roof with as many panels as we have a footprint to do. So, the house is doing all the right things for the environment. These are things that are natural, that they happen as we articulate things and get ready for permit and get ready to build a house that performs well, right?
I'll tell you what I can do, and I'll make a motion for one thing. I'll start with variance number 2, and the reason I can do this is because of the massive size of this house that we approved. And the extra drainage situation, the cistern, doing the wells or whatever, you're going above and beyond what would normally be required, correct, Rogelio? So I think that obviously you don't want this property to flood. I think that clearly just the sheer size of this whole thing, that concrete, I would be willing to make a motion to approve variance number 2.
That's the one I'm having a little heartburn on. I'm sorry to say. And I don't know if maybe, you know, I totally understand that it's better, easier to build these pavers on concrete, right, other than sand. But I mean, I'm worried about setting a precedent. I mean, I don't really see the hardship, right? Like, everybody has a pool. Everybody's gonna come to us and that has a pool and say something and make this same argument. And, you know, I feel like practically, though, things are being offset with the drainage and the cistern. But, like, maybe you can speak to the intent, like it says no concrete. And, I mean, that's gotta mean something, right? Is there another reason beyond drainage that they're mitigating for, that they don't want the concrete?
That's really the reason, is the drainage. The goal of the understory homes is to allow for additional surface area for water to be able to drain when we do have a flooding event. Primarily not for rainstorms, but when we have a flooding event, that there's standing water coming from the bay for there to be additional surface area for water to collect.
So are we setting a precedent that you can not do this, but because you're offsetting it with another system, and maybe that's fine, and maybe that's reason for the code to change, but I think we should know that what we're stepping into.
Yeah, no,
And that's what
I
gets us
think,
in trouble.
I
It's
think
not
we've all
really a
spoken,
hardship,
I'm
it's
speaking
a-
where I'm coming
yeah.
from personally, and I understand the drainage issues of an understory and what the whole purpose of an understory is. And to me, this is being mitigated by the other drainage things that they're doing. Now, that being said, this house is ginormous. It's humongous, and they would not, this is not a normal house. So you can't just, you know, when you get to a certain size, you have to do some reinforcement things. So I think the code, as we know, there are a lot of problems with the code. We have a lot of issues that are either superfluous, that are outdated, that don't take things, new technology and into consideration. And I dare say our code doesn't take a 29,000 square foot house with pavers underneath it into, I don't think that
But
any
that
engineer
being-
would say that's a good idea. So
But that
that's,
being said,
yeah.
I don't agree. I agree with Laura that I don't see why variance number 2 is required and necessary when, by putting in a concrete flooring around the pool. There's plenty of other area, even commercial properties that are closer in unit size to this than a single-family home that do not do concrete. So what is the hardship? If you,
So, if I
you
may,
know?
okay.
So
it's-
I'm sorry, but I don't mean to cut you off. I think we've heard what you have to say. I know you need 5 votes here today. We are only 5 people. And instead of denying all of this, I just want to say that I have a hardship with approving these 4 variances, all 4 of them. And I think better understanding of number 4 at a later time, if I meet with Rogelio or if we all talk with him and get some, maybe it gets approved, but I don't want you to lose this because you don't get the 5 affirmative votes and we're only 5 here today. Maybe next meeting will be 7.
Through the chair, I think that is a prudent observation that we may not have the votes right now. We can come back with additional engineering information, additional specifications on some of these mechanical equipment that is needed for this home, possibly additional information regarding the LEED certified that we're proposing and what the requirements are. I think a lot of that background information would help make the decisions here. And we would be, if through the chair, somebody made a motion to
But I think
continue to the
if I can
September.
also, if I can also request that
Yes.
the next time you come, you be realistic with what's being requested. And I know it's not you, but the property owner, that they be realistic with what's being requested, because the last time I recall when you came, there was a need, a desperate need. It had to be done because of a certain vehicle that needed to be kept on the side. We needed to keep that side building in the front. Okay, now that no longer a need. So it makes us question how much of a hardship that was to begin with when we even approved it. And Mr. Borges, maybe it's my lack of understanding. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect. But I have a little bit of common sense, and these 4 variances that are requested, I understand this is a very large home on a very large property, but the code is designed for whether it's a small property or whether it's a large property. We've had projects before us today that were very small and still had to adhere to the same code. So I don't want you to lose the battle, you know, but at the same, I just want to tell you, I have a hardship in approving any of these 4 today.
And I think us understanding, you know, Rogelio and the design team are in this every day. And this is almost a scenario of reverse engineering. Usually we come before, you know, we submit for permit and the materials are less quality. You know, they do things after the fact. This is almost the opposite of that, where as they're developing the home and preparing the construction drawings, they're enhancing it, and that's what's triggering all these other side issues. And like you pointed out, then having to figure out, okay, if we're making the mechanical pad larger, what do we do with the ADA ban? I understand and appreciate the size of this home, and your concerns, and I think we would be willing to provide more of a narrative information, because the plans are not explaining it to the extent that I think you all would give you that comfort level, and come back in September. And hopefully we have a full board then.
Could I make a comment about codes?
Codes?
So, you know, I mean, I've been serving the community with leadership on sustainability and resiliency now for like 16 years. And this is a passion of mine. I wouldn't bring anything to this board that wasn't carefully thought through and justifiable. And I have this dialogue with Rogelio and Tom all the time because we're friends. You know, we've been working together for many, many years in many projects. If you ask an architect, this is a brand new code. This resiliency code is new. We're testing it. This is what it's called, to test the code, you know, with actual designs and anticipating problems and trying to mitigate problems. And that's what we do as professionals, because I'm licensed and I'm liable, okay? This is not an opinion. This is sort of based on science and professional criteria. And, you know, yeah, this is a large house, it's a large parcel, it's, you know, okay, I understand that. We accept that. But these are all very reasonable. You know, the idea of controlling humidity with air conditioning, very rational, very straightforward, very simple. You know, this concrete under the paver is to perform better. I could remove it, and I could allow the paver to do whatever it does, and that's it. I just don't feel that's the way I like to design a project. I like to design a project with the best possible thing. And what I was telling Rogelio when we first talked about this is that the code doesn't really tell you.
Mr. Borges, I think what we're saying to you is, obviously, as an architect and engineers, they want to design the very best and what is less maintenance going forward. But it all has to be done within the code.
I know, but I'm telling you, the code is not perfect. And there's a process of variances to perfect the code. So you could evaluate the reasons why, and then you accept or reject the variance based on a rational thinking process. This is not, you know, a feeling. This is not poetry. This is science. How pavers behave on top of compact fill, this is not theoretical. It fails. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, there are moments where it doesn't fail. But
I think any engineer would tell you that.
Yeah.
I mean, for that. So,
yeah, and I thought we had enough green
But
area.
if they're
to
compacted
offset
well,
that.
I will tell you, my experience has been, and I know a property where it's been there since
not 30,000 square feet worth, though. I mean,
No.
that's
At
the problem.
concrete
Well, it seems
area,
like we're
the
gonna-
concrete area
yeah.
outside by the pool is what I'm talking about.
It seems like we're not getting this approved today, right? So
Yeah.
we'll enjoy the summer and come back whenever we get back on agenda.
Yeah,
Thank you.
In the meantime, we can't submit for permits with all these things unresolved. So we're delaying the project for about 3 months because of this.
Okay.
And it's not the house that is in question.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
mean,
the-
this is frustrating. I know. I really do. I really do.
I'll say, like, I've been convinced on 1, 3, and 4. I think 2, I just don't see the hardship. I completely, I think practically it's been mitigated. You're mitigating the issue, the real issue. And so, you know, maybe as a board, like he's saying, as a variance, or as we're setting a precedent that with this variance, that if, you know, you can avoid code if you're mitigating the underlying problem, and maybe that leads to a change and I just wanted to make clear that that's what we're doing. But it's a 0 right now, and we're allowing them to do 10%. So, and maybe that's fine. That's the one thing I wanted to make clear, but.
Yeah, if we can, I mean, obviously, if we can't. get
And
a
I
consensus.
could maybe go with 2 and 4, but I don't see 1 and 3.
So if I may, because I'm always learning, what's the concern with air conditioning these spaces?
With air conditioning the understory?
Yeah.
For equipment that typically is not air conditioned for other homes?
No, that's incorrect. I mean, you cannot design a house like this based on your assumption of what others have done. If there's electronic sensitive, expensive, there's over $100,000 in equipment in that room, I need to protect it against humidity. That's my
Can you put
mandate.
it up in the first livable or second livable floor that is air conditioned?
Look,
Can
I
it
mean,
be
the best
accommodated
place to
there?
put these kind of equipment's in the understory where you
Sure,
have this,
I understand.
available
But
storage
since
area.
you're saying that it's best to keep it air conditioned, can you put it in the first
No,
or second livable floor that has
I mean,
29,000 square
What is your
feet?
concern? Like, I'm just curious, like, do you think that they'll use it for something else, or is it, again, setting the precedent?
I don't know if they'll use it for something else, but I will tell you that I think it sets a precedent because everybody has a need to air condition or would not a need, but would like to preserve in a air-conditioned area many equipment that pertains to a home. And they don't. They come here and they leave it exposed. Some people don't even have an understory or don't have a mechanical room, and they leave it on the sides of the house, and it's exposed.
No, and I didn't want to drag this up, but now that we're talking because of what you said about code being wrong, I think this is when we have to talk about the intent of the code. And the reason they don't want you to air condition is because they don't want it turned into livable space. And clearly, if code were to change and say there can be no windows and no plumbing or no livable objects down there, air conditioning alone does not create a livable space. So that,
It
to
could
me.
turn into a livable space, and I think that's why originally, when this code was worded this way, it said no air conditioning. Now, if the city commission approves it and makes a change to the code saying air conditioning will be allowed, but it will not be livable, it will not be used for any sort of quarters today, tomorrow, in the future, that's different, but the code doesn't say that today.
The only air-conditioned space allowed in the understory is for an entrance vestibule, which is no larger than 5%
Right.
of the lot size.
Which won't, and 5% will not give them enough space. Yeah, they're doing it at 1,700. So I don't know if what does 5% take you to?
If the houses before us asked for the garages to be air conditioned, then I would say that those could be, on those lots, I'd be like, I think those could be turned into something that someone could use, a gym or a room or something like that. When I look at this house, they don't need anything more, right? They have the gym. This house has every single thing possible. So my first thing when I reviewed this the other day, I looked at it, I was like, okay, is he showing the equipment in there? Because I know how much space it needs and the filters and everything. I'm like, okay, there's no way this is gonna be used for something else. They may store some cushions in there or something.
Yeah, I
but-
don't think that they can come up with another use for that.
No, and
Because
and
they
that's
have them all
why I
on the
in
second and
submittal,
third
that's
floor.
why we included
That's why I was
the
okay with
layout of
Yeah.
the mechanical.
And I'm
But-
like, with the amount of money they're putting into this house, like, I'd want a mini split in there, keeping my equipment, dry
So-
as well.
Yeah, I
So had no
understand.
problem
The
with that.
5%.
But by the same token, with the amount of square footage in this, in the house that's air conditioned, which I think it's, 29,000, I don't have my glasses on anymore. 29,000 square feet, am I right? 1,414 square feet. They can potentially put it in that air-conditioned area.
So the 5% that Rogelio mentioned is an interesting factor to consider in this, because 5%, and is formulated there in the exhibit in D32, is 3,104 square feet. That's 5%. That is allowed to be.
A certain use only.
It's allowed to be an
Right.
entry vestibule. Our entry vestibule is only 385 feet. But if you look at the totality of that area, we're within close to that 3,000 square feet.
Mr. Borges, earlier in this presentation, just a few minutes ago, I asked, what is the square footage of the understory? And no one could give me that square footage. And now you're saying that 5%, if
Of the
that's
lot.
what's
Of
allowed.
the lot, not of the understory.
Of the lot.
Yeah.
Of the lot, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
of the lot would allow you 3,000 square feet
Right.
to be air-conditioned in the
As an
understory,
entry vestibule.
as an entry vestibule. And that is what the code uses it for, as an entry vestibule.
Right. Again,
not
the code
for
is
equipment,
imperfect, and that's why there are
which-
variances, okay?
What happens if we don't approve it, let's say, and tomorrow, someday in the future, it goes before the commission, and the commission approves for 10% or 5% of the lot coverage to be air-conditioned in the understory for equipment? Could they go back and air-condition it at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for the record, we live in an environment where mold mitigation is one of the most complex issues affecting, what we do as architects. And it's all about that. It's about being able to control humidity, So it's very rational. This is not because we want the nanny to live in the understory, okay?
Would it be helpful to take a straw poll of who absolutely will not approve which variances, so maybe you can get an idea of going forward? Who would like to, do you want to start? Are there any you would approve?
That I would approve?
That you would approve?
I would approve 1, 3, and 4.
You would approve 1, 3, and 4, okay, and.
Yeah, I, the same, and I could be convinced on 2. I just want to make sure us as a board know that what we're getting into in changing the code and appreciate the intent of the code here. But I would vote yes today on 1, 3, and 4.
Am I
I
right?
would possibly go with 4 because I believe that 1 can be covered in other areas of the home, second and third floor. I don't agree with the concrete, and, which is variance 2. And I think that it's nice to have operable aluminum trellises, but that would increase the lot coverage, so I think that the same effect that they're doing on the sides with the screening can be done on the top. So I could potentially go with 4 if that is a help for you today.
Sorry, one is,
One is enclose the air-conditioned storage space within the understory.
On the second
Okay,
page,
2
you'll see.
is allow concrete flooring in the non-air-conditioned areas where the non-air-conditioned portions of the understory.
I'm okay with 1, the air conditioning.
And you're not okay with 2?
2, I'm okay with 2.
Okay, 3 is exceeding the lot coverage by 4.15% because of the
trellis.
trellis going from canvas to aluminum.
That one I'm on the fence with. It's previously approved. This is a change in the spec. I think that's one that's not gonna necessarily, will that hold you up from applying for permits? Since
No.
you already got approval
No,
for
I mean,
that,
we
and you
could-
can make
Yeah.
you could come back.
And then 4 is the variance of the side yard setbacks.
for the
to
screening.
exceed by
The height.
4.5.
I'm okay with
The
that.
height of the
okay.
equipment.
Okay. Okay.
So the only one we are all five in agreement with is number 4. Am I right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I'll take what I can get. We'll go home with at least one variance, but
So,
How
yeah.
do we do that, Rogelio? Do
You,
we,
you can make a motion to
Bifurcate.
approve one specific variance and then continue the rest to a future date.
for the future date?
and I think
Okay,
that
I'll
would.
motion to
That'll
approve
help?
number 4
Yes.
and
Look,
to
I thought
move
these
to
were
a
all
further date.
fantastic. Attorney is
the
always
win.
controlling the architect, so,
No,
yeah,
I'll
we'll
take
take what
one.
we could get. I mean,
that's where I was trying to go
This point.
before, like, just to see if we could
it's like,
Yeah.
get consensus on anything, because so 4, we have a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Second by Laura. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so 4 is, we can take that out of the equation.
And I make a motion that we continue variances 1, 2, and 3 for the next meeting
September.
presented by the,
could we agree on 3 if we go to Canvas?
Then we don't need it.
You don't need
I
it.
don't need
don't
it,
need
let's
it.
go to
So we
Canvas.
don't need that, okay.
So 3, you don't, yeah, and
We're not gonna withdraw it right now, but I think.
that's where I was, no, that's where I was frustrated, but I'm kind of,
Cut your losses.
I understand.
I'm kind
We're
of
coming
being
back
swayed
anyway,
because
yeah.
of the that's a stupid, I get it, but it makes,
Makes sense.
I feel your frustration. I'm doing a 40-year recertification on the building right now. So, yeah, because it's covered on top of a deck anyway.
It's an
You know,
operable
what would
trellis,
have
one way or
happened
the other.
if-
One's just
Yeah,
hard and
no,
one's
it's
soft.
silly. That's one of the things
What
where I
would
think the
have
code doesn't
happened if-
necessarily make sense, so.
They could have also come with the aluminum trellis for the sides and the front. Instead, it's a shade, which is used in many locations and works very nicely.
So-
So that could potentially be used on the top as well. It's, as you said, you don't need it then if you do that.
I can see.
But that's up to you, all
We're
of you.
swaying her on one because you do have 29,000 square feet. That could be a problem, but I will tell you with the concrete flooring, I think if you came with engineering advice, that I think you could sway people, because how can you build something that's not structurally sound? It
Well,
doesn't make
the reason I
sense.
thought it was easy is because we do have this 35,000 gallon cistern. that
Well, and that's
totally
why I was
mitigates
okay
any
with that,
concern
by the
about how
way.
the water
Yeah,
flows.
It's the only reason I was
think
okay with that.
The distinction here is I'm not seeing the hardship. I'm seeing you mitigating or circumventing the code, but I don't see the hardship to,
I mean, it's
you know what
it's
I
a
mean?
design process, and this is the way it works, you know, I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, you sort of say, like, I'd rather do this because it performs
And
better.
I
it's
think
like, you know,
practically you're solving it, right? And so if the
Mm-hmm.
intent of the code, if that's the sole intent of the code and we're comfortable with granting variances, then, like I said, I can be convinced. That's the one thing I wanted, we should go in with eyes wide
Yeah.
open on.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Rogelio, on the number 4 variance that was approved, if that equipment would have been brought away from the side setback, within, outside of the side setback, it would not need a variance
If
in
it,
today's
yes.
meeting, if they would have put it within. So that was an option that you had.
no,
And
I
with a
explained
lot
about the
this size-
EMF, the electromagnetic field, you know, the fact that these batteries are emitting this, and if you put them under the house, it affects the health of people
I'm
living
not saying
inside.
to put it in the understory, but there's plenty of space within the property that it could have been placed inside rather than on the side setback. You have a big enough property, and it could have been inside the property without going into the side setback, then requiring a variance for height.
Now, that one you all agreed on, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Maida.
30-foot side setback.
So we're gonna continue the rest. You said you would prefer September 11th,
Correct.
That's the soonest, right?
so we'll need
Or
a,
we could come in July, but I
sure?
don't know that we'll have all these experts.
July, so you guys.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm not here in July either, you may want to
Oh, yeah, there is no July meeting.
It's an opportunity.
No, I think we would prefer September when we have hopefully a full board and we're able to actually speak with our experts, discuss the distancing requirements for this, some of these mechanical issues and.
And then, the code is about, the concrete code is about drainage and permeance, right? And, if they're coming, if you're bringing someone, explaining how pavers on sand that are butted up against each other don't really drain, they drain, but they don't drain, still, you're putting pavers that are impervious, even though it's on
But you
sand.
can use pervious pavers as well.
Right, but
Which is what's required on a lot of properties.
Yeah, I go back, it's the same.
But the code doesn't say you can't put pavers, it just says you can't put it on a concrete slab, right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
they can put them, they can compact the soil, they could use nice geotech cages to support everything within retaining walls, and I know they can figure it out. But I'm just saying that, and I think we have to be careful about setting precedent, but the water's still going to not drain anyways. Regardless, if we put a slab on it, it's still gonna shed somewhere. So that's what I would make the case that way too.
My worry is that we're gonna get everybody that has a pool in their plans wanna put concrete now. And
No, I think
just because it's
if they
easier
put
to install.
if they did a well
look better.
to
Yeah,
take the
and then-
drainage, then go
yeah.
for it,
So
because
we'll
it's
have to
about
grant that every
drainage.
time, and maybe
It's
that's
about drainage.
Wells
It's,
are
Yeah.
required on all pools. Every pool built that I'm aware of on
Has to have a
single-family
well, yeah.
homes has to have a well.
But this is.
And I don't know when that started, but I
No,
know
that,
at
that
least
is,
more than 10
that is
years
not
ago.
correct. That is not correct. I mean, this is a 35,000 gallon cistern that we're putting. This thing will capture every water that is falling everywhere. I mean, these pervious, non-pervious, I mean, this is like, it's not a material issue.
He's referring to the well for a pool.
no, I was
Yeah.
referring to the water collection for the property.
Yeah.
The cistern, so.
It's a very sophisticated system. I just didn't think I
Of
needed to
course
bring
not,
an
that's
expert.
what I'm
but
saying,
next time I
of
will.
course, they're
No,
doing this.
But they're required to put in retention walls, they're required to put in civil engineering with infiltration system, exfiltration systems that are basically
We
the
have all of that.
trenches.
We have all of that.
And
I mean, we're
can that
capturing all the water
also
that you
take
can
place
imagine.
in the understory? Instead of a concrete floor, if you put pervious pavers, can you put exfiltration or trenches underneath where the water
We
will then
have
be
that, yeah,
carried
we have
to-
that, we have that in the civil plan that I showed you. I could,
In the understory?
yes, it goes everywhere, yeah.
But how is it gonna get to the, how, if you do concrete floor on the understory? As
You
you
have drains.
requested?
They'll have drains.
Yeah, he showed us these linear drains that are all over all of his concrete, that are all the water that's
With the
being.
proper slanting or whatever?
Yeah,
Everything, yeah.
he's proved
Yeah.
why
the
I
water's being taken care of, and so.
This is not a water
That's why
issue.
I'm okay with it, but it's the precedent, right? So we let someone, and I'm sorry you're getting sucked into this, but if someone's gonna come back with the same thing, right? 'Cause the understory is now
Oh, I mean,
big.
look at it, and if they have
Maybe
a
that's okay,
35,000
maybe
gallon
that's okay.
cistern,
I
maybe you
just-
consider it. I mean, it's all based on the facts
We're
of
gonna
each
get that.
case.
Exactly.
We're
I
gonna get
think
that a lot.
code should change, code should, I would like to, do we have to do a letter to commission or something that like?
You can make
No, I'm
recommendations,
really
or we can do a
serious.
letter
I
to
would like to
commission.
do that, because too many times we see these stupid codes that nobody does anything about. Like the side 60-foot thing, and they do other things to mitigate that. And the whole, when you have to do
The
a
additional.
a cut-in, and the whole point of it is to not have a blank wall. And so it's stupid that the code says this only thing versus mitigating it some other way. And this is mitigating, this is why they don't want concrete. It's mitigated by that cistern. And that's the whole point. If somebody on a 10,000 square foot wants to put a cistern in, then they could probably pave the whole thing.
Or they would increase their exfiltration
Right.
trench drainage to account for the impervious, but that would also need a variance because the code just says 0. It says only.
But I
no
think
concrete.
code needs to have
So what do you want?
some reason behind
If,
it.
the code should say if you put
exception for
100 square feet of
mitigating if you do
impervious,
concrete
then
floor.
it needs to be mitigated by something.
You offset the loss of the.
Okay, we're going,
Scott, I
let's
think
let
if
this
you want to
gentleman.
make a recommendation, that they study it at the city, because I, for one, as I mentioned before, not an architect and not an engineer, and for me to be telling engineers and architects, oh, no, you should be able to pave the understory.
I would
As
like-
long as,
I
it
would
doesn't
like,
make sense.
I would like to make, do I have to make a motion to I would like to know the intent of the code of why concrete in an understory is not permitted. And if it is because of drainage, I would like to know if we can have mitigation for that other ways.
Scott,
Okay.
I will tell you that it's probably not just because of.
I'm asking, this is what I want to know.
Yeah, I will tell you that it's also the fear of people later enclosing in that understory and making it a habitable, livable space. I'm sure that concern is there, and of course, that would be a violation of the code, and they could be cited by code, and good luck in them, complying.
I would like to know.
Once
I would
they
just like
don't
to know
comply.
that.
Okay.
But the question is.
Would you like to schedule as a discussion item, or would you?
I think
like it
once the city looks into it, if you all feel, if the administration feels that it's something worth looking into, if you have a report, bring it back to us and
Okay.
tell us.
I mean, I get, the
what it
reason
says.
is drainage. The whole goal of the understory legislation was to have homes where there's more permeable space where water can drain, as opposed to the houses on a berm, where there's less area for that to happen. That is the reason for it.
Yeah, I'd be interested to have a discussion item on this
Look,
because.
I
how
will
else can
tell
we
you,
get past it?
the other variants, you said you'd like to have air-conditioned understory because of equipment. I will tell you, a golf course would like in their storage area, would like to have air-conditioned. Why? Because it eliminates the mold from the golf equipment, the golf clubs, and other golf-related items. But they can't, they're not allowed, and these are also very large areas.
Yeah, I think they should be allowed.
Yeah, why are they not?
My son agrees with you.
Most people go ahead and put a system into their garage or whatever,
course.
without getting permits.
We're in
for
the
it.
tropics, we need to
That's the
understand
thing,
the context.
without getting
Right,
permits.
so if we're not
Well,
allowing.
let's see if we can solve a problem instead of just beat around the bush and have it come up 20 more times. So, thank you for that.
Okay, we do need a motion if it is to be continued.
There was a motion, I don't think it was.
There
voted
was a
on.
motion, I think who made the motion?
You.
Okay.
Did we have a
Second.
Second by Myra. All in
Okay.
favor of continuing items 1, 2, and 4?
1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3, I'm sorry.
1, 2, 3.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank
Okay.
you. Hope everyone has
Thank
a
you.
great summer.
That was fun. Let's go to the beach now.
Yes.
All right. Motion to adjourn? Are we good? Okay, all in favor? Aye.